If you want your work to stand out, then you need to build websites that grabs people's attention, keep them engaged, and wow them with beautiful animations. You also want to use a powerful framework like Nuxt.js to ensure your website is fast and scalable. Nuxt is a Vue framework that offers many features like server-side rendering, static generation, and file-based routing. It powers really serious websites like the one from NASA, Louis Vuitton, or even Upwork. Today we'll be creating our own site that incorporates excellent design elements from some of the most gorgeous websites on the internet these days, using this dark style to captivate audiences, along with the power of Nuxt, Prismic, GSAP, Tailwind, and TypeScript. My name is Lucy. I'm a Nuxt core team member, and I'm working at Prismic as a developer experience engineer. This tutorial assumes you have a grasp of Vue, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You might be familiar with Nuxt, but no worries if you're not. I'll walk you through everything that's new and coming up with Nuxt 4, so you'll be up to speed in no time. You don't need to know anything about GSAP, Tailwind, TypeScript, or Prismic. I explain you all of those alongside the tutorial. Alright, so tag along with me and let me show you what we're gonna be building together. Okay, this is the website we're gonna be building today. It's called Glide.ai and it has this linear inspired look. Before we get started, I just want us to take a look at the website, have a look and see what it does and what we're gonna be building. So let's just refresh the page here. And as you can see, we have this cool entering animation of the page when we first load it. Then we have this hero section here with like the title and like some like preview of the product. Scrolling down here, we have this Bento grid with different features of the product. If you scroll a bit more, we have these feature sections with a cool entering animation like your glide, your workflow here. If we keep on scrolling, we have some case studies that were done with Glide.ai here. So we have like Nike, Prismic, and Nuxt. Keeping on scrolling, we have an integration section with like product Glide.ai integrates with, and finally a CTA here. Getting back to the top, we can go like to one of the case study, for example. And so we have those case studies page with again a small entering animation. This is the Nike case study, and then like somewhat of a blog post with like just blog content here, and we can get back to the home page. Of course, the website is fully responsive. So if we go to like a mobile view here, we're on an iPhone, and so we can see the menu has transformed. Now we have this little like drawer here, tells us like to switch to a page, and everything else has been adapted to work with responsive. So the Bento grid here is now just like an automated grid, just like cards put on top of each other. We still have some animations here on the feature section, and then the case studies, the integrations, and finally the CTAs at the end. So yeah, this is Glide.ai. This is like everything we're gonna build today together. We're gonna write every single line of code of that and learn a lot of things along the way, because to do that, we're gonna be using quite some technologies. Let's start by having a look at the Figma file we used to build this website. Inside the description of this video, you'll find a link to a course resources page. Inside this page, you'll find all the resources, assets, links to documentation, and everything that we're going to reference within this course while building together. So I recommend you keep it handy by the side because we're going to be referencing it a lot. If you scroll a bit under the asset section, you'll find a link to the Figma file that you can get a copy for you here and modify to your liking. If you're unfamiliar with Figma, Figma is a collaborative design tool for building and sharing digital design prototypes. You can create an account for free, but don't worry, like we're not gonna work within Figma a lot. We're just gonna use it to reference the design we're gonna try to reproduce within Nuxt while developing. So once you have your copy of the Figma file, you should end up with something like this. And here you can see we have like few brands elements, like the icons, the logo, and everything we use on Glide.ai. Then we have some like website sections here. So we have the hero, we have the Bento grid, we have the showcase here, like in 2 versions, the case studies and everything. We have some Tailwind colors here for reference because we're going to be using Tailwind, more of that later on. Here we have our home page. So we have the nav, the arrow, like all the components we use for our home page here. We have the mobile version of it, so what it should look like on mobile. Then we have same for the case studies with like the desktop and mobile version. And then you have the media, so all the image here that we're going to be using. One thing I want to emphasize here that you see, like for the hero, we have a component. For the Bento grid, we have a component. For the showcase, we have a component, and so on and so on. And the great thing about that is that with Prismic, we're going to be able to define those components. And this will let the opportunity to editors to decide how to arrange them on your page. This means that they will be able to say, well, actually, like this case study section is performing really well, so we want to put it higher on the page so that clients have a better opportunity to see it earlier in the flow. And actually, like those showcase sections like are also good. Like we want to show more of them, so we can have like 2 of them here. This is one of the core concepts of building with Prismic. Those website sections in Prismic, we call them slices, and this is the gist of what we're going to be developing today. We're going to be building our website, so we have like a layout, a header, and footer, and then we're going to develop a component for each of those website sections that we're going to define in Prismic as slices for content editor to be able like to compose them and create beautiful landing pages with them and our whole marketing website. It might be a bit blurry for you still, but no worries, it will make more sense as we start building things together. And now that we know what we'll be building, let's start our site by creating our next app. Let's start from Prismic. To do so, we're gonna get back to our browser and head to prismic.io. This is the homepage of Prismic, and from here we can click Get Started. This will prompt us to create an account. If, like me, you already have one, you can just click Login here and log in with GitHub or your email. So once you're logged in, you will come with a list of your repositories. Prismic repositories are a content directory where you manage all the content for a given project. In our case, we're going to create a new one because we're starting up a new project, and we're going to create one for Nuxt. Here, we'll just pick the minimal starter here, which we'll select. And here, we need to put a name for our repository. So we're going to go with Glide.ai. And because already I'm taking this name, you're going to need to take a new one. So you can just append like your name after it to have a unique repository name here. Under the What Made You Create a Repository today, you can just pick following a tutorial to learn Prismic. Then gonna scroll down and hit Create a Repository. And this will proceed to creating our own Prismic repository, which will be the content hub for all our content related to the Glide.ai project. Here, it prompts us to launch our starter. It gives us a terminal command that we can just copy and open a terminal and paste inside it. What this command does is that it clones a starter from our GitHub. In that case, it's the Nuxt starter Prismic minimal. And then it proceeds to install Slice Machine inside it. Slice Machine, it's Prismic developer tool that we're gonna use extensively in this tutorial, but I'm gonna explain it to you in more depth later on. For now, it prompts us to log in into Prismic. To do so, I can just press any key. It opens the browsers, log me in. I can close this tab and get back to my terminal here. And you can see it's like finishing of initializing Slice Machine. And without further ado, we can see Slice Machine initialization was successful. It prompts us to run Slice Machine already, but we're not gonna do that just yet. So I just press N and instead get inside my project and open it with VS Code. So this project, because we picked the minimal starter, is just a bare bone Nuxt project. The key difference here is that we're using the compatibility version 4. This means we're already using Nuxt 4 features that will be released when Nuxt 4 is finally released, all while being on Nuxt 3, as you can see here. The key difference with that is that now the folder structure in Nuxt 4 has changed a bit, and we can see we don't have the pages directory, and other directories at the root of our project here. Instead, we have the app directory here, which contains the resources we're going to use to build the front end of our app, and the server directory here, which contains server-side things for our app, so like API routes, middlewares, and stuff like that. So that's the gist of it. And yeah, like this is one of the things of this tutorial. Like we're going to be building like it's Nuxt 4 already, thanks to this feature flag that we can put inside our Nuxt configuration to enable all the Nuxt 4 features already, all while being on Nuxt 3. So by following this tutorial, you're going to learn everything you need to know for building with Nuxt 4 already. But we're not going to rely only on Nuxt to build our website. Another key tool we're going to rely on to build our website is on a tool called TailwindCSS. So if you go back to our resource page here, under documentation, we scroll down under CSS, and you can see we have a link to the Tailwind CSS documentation. If you're not familiar with Tailwind CSS, don't worry, I'm gonna tell you everything about it. But basically, it's a utility-first CSS framework. What we mean by that is that you can write CSS by just writing utility classes inside your HTML like this. And this is great because it allows us not to write CSS in a dedicated file and gives us a lot of velocity when it comes to just templating content with classes. You'll see it's quite simple to pick up and really fast. For example, the text center utility that we see here just centers the text with text align center. Then we have PT for padding top 6, which gives like a padding top of 6. Well, not 6 pixels, it's a bit different, but we're gonna talk to you more about that later on. So to install Tailwind inside our project, we could just click Get Started here and follow the Tailwind tutorial, but we are using Nuxt, and because of that, we have a nice up our sleeve. Indeed, with Nuxt, we have something called Nuxt module. Getting back to our resource page here, we have the Nuxt Tailwind CSS module documentation linked too. And basically, Nuxt modules allows us to extend our Nuxt app to add endless functionalities to it. And one thing we can do is that, for example, with the Tailwind CSS module, we can just enable Tailwind seamlessly inside our Nuxt app with just one command. And to do so, we're gonna just copy this command here, which is the npx nuxt module at Tailwind CSS inside our terminal, paste it, and this will proceed to adding Tailwind inside our project. From here, when Tailwind is added, like we can already start and use Tailwind. But in our case, we're just gonna need to configure it a little bit for everything to work smoothly. So I'm gonna go back to the Nuxt Tailwind CSS module documentation, click Get Started, go under Configuration, and scroll a bit down until we see Tailwind config here. From here, I'm gonna grab the TypeScript config here, gonna copy paste everything from it, get back to our project, and proceed to creating a tailwind.config.ts file. Gonna paste everything from it. We can remove the colors line here, so this and pretty much everything inside the theme here. I'm just gonna add together here a new content array. I'm gonna say, well, actually, you know what, for the content, let's just pick everything inside the app directory, whether it's like JS, TypeScript, or Vue.js files. Like this. From here, we can just save and we're done configuring Tailwind CSS on our project. And basically what this line is doing, Tailwind like needs to know like where are the sources files of our project. By default, the Nuxt Tailwind CSS module does a great job at like telling where are our source files, but in our case with Prismic, we also have this Prismic created directory, which is this slices directory here that we're gonna use a lot. And so we're just gonna need to tell Tailwind, well, actually, like you need also to pick up classes from this file here. That's why we are overriding the default of the Nuxt Tailwind CSS module and adding this wool like blob pattern here to grab everything inside the app directory. Now that Tailwind is configured on our project, for the second thing we need, it's fonts. So if we go to our Figma file here and we go on the title here, we can see the font that our website uses is called TM100. So there's like a lot of ways we can install fonts inside our project, but one way we're gonna use today is with Nuxt fonts. So getting back to our resource page here, we have the fonts and icon section, and we have the Nuxt font module doc. And Nuxt fonts, like the Tailwind module, we can just insert with one command, and this will be our font provider in our project. To do so, again, I grab the command, get back to my terminal, add the module here. Gonna wait a bit for the module to be installed. And once it's installed, we have fonts in our project. So how do we get fonts with Nuxt fonts? Well, it's a bit magic, but basically, I will just create a new CSS file here. So I'll create it under assets/css/main.css. This will be a main CSS file for the whole project, and there won't be a lot of code inside it, you'll see. And yeah, like this is a quick tip. Basic also inside VS Code, like you can just write the path, and this will proceed to create the directory, then the file inside it when you create a file, which is pretty handy. And so here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna type body, gonna go with font family, and we'll just say the name of our font. So in our case, we want like DM100, and then just a regular sans serif font. And what this does is that basically the Nuxt fonts modules like will detect that we want to use the DM100 font, and it will install it for us without us having to worry about it. So of course, for it to be aware of that, we just need to reference that CSS file in our Nuxt config. So we can go here under CSS and type a path to our assets file. So Copilot here is suggesting it to me, and it's suggesting it well. So it just detailed assets CSS main.css, and this will tell Nuxt to use that CSS file globally inside our whole application. From here, I can just save it, and well, actually, like let's see that it works. So let's just run our dev server. So I go npm run Nuxt dev. This will start our dev server. We can go back here and go for localhost. So Nuxt is starting. We have this little snow animation that we have here. So, well, it's a new addition we made with Nuxt for the Christmas season. You probably won't get it because this course will be released a bit later. But once Nuxt has warmed up for the first time, it's the very first time we're opening it, so it takes a bit of time. But here we go. It's warmed up, and you can see now if we inspect the content here, I believe, well, unfortunately, I don't think it will be the DM100 font. Yeah, it's using Seago for some reason, because I believe if we go to the rich text slice here, we told it to use that font basically. So we're just gonna remove that line, save it, and now if we go back here, we can see in there like the render font inside the dev tool is DM100, which is the font that we wanted to render. So we have Nuxt font available inside our project. We just like created the next project, configured it with Prismic. We had a Tailwind and Nuxt font inside it. And I think this is a great point in the tutorial to actually save our work and like just like commit everything, like just, well, yeah, like I'm just saying it, but well, then just create a Git repository. To do so, just write git init. This will create a Git repository inside my project. And from here, I can go back to VS Code, go to the source control tab. Here we have everything we created so far that was created for us already. And I can just put a commit message. So this will be just like the project init. We can click the commit button here. And here we go. We're already like starting to commit our work as we make progress in the tutorial. We're gonna do that all over as we add more content to our website, but that's just the setup. We're done with the setup, and yeah, well, on to the next steps. And the next step for us will be to get to know Prismic's powerful local development tool called Slice Machine. So to get inside Slice Machine, we need to start it from our terminal. So we're gonna run the npm run Slice Machine command, and this will proceed to warm up the Slice Machine server. Once it's ready, we have its URL available here. And this allows us to open it inside our browser. And from here we go. We are inside Slice Machine development environment. You can think of it as a craftsman's workshop where we can create and shape the data models, all while reaping benefits like Git versioning, component previews, and auto-generated mocks for us. Within this tool, we can create three types of data models. we have page types. Those are excellent like for pages, blog posts, landing pages, anything that will have a URL on our website. Then we have custom types. Those are more abstract content collection. Like you could have like a taxonomy collection, an author collection, which doesn't really map necessarily to a page on our website. It can also be like a navigation document, a settings document, and so on. And finally, we have slices, which we'll talk more in depth later on. For now, let's start with custom types. And with it, we can create a wide range of things. And we're going to start with just creating a settings document for our website. So to create our settings document type, we're going to click the Create button here. First thing we need to decide is whether it's a reusable type or a single type. Reusable types mean we'll be able to create multiple instances of this document inside Prismic. But in our case, we only want a site-wide settings document. This means we want a single type document in that case, because we'll only have a single instance of this document inside our content platform. So the name we're going to put it is like called settings. And from here, we can just click create. This leads us to this page here, which is pretty empty for now, but I think you'll get the hang of it pretty quickly. We have a main tab here. We can create more tab here by adding like another tab, a second tab, for example. We can remove it here. Tabs are just a way to organize content for content writers. This will be useful later on. We'll see with the page types, but for settings tab, we only need one tab, so we're going to keep the main tab here. Then inside it, we have two zones. We have the static zones and the slice zones, which we can enable like this. We don't need any slices for this settings tab, so we're going to leave it disabled, but we need some fields inside our static zone. And to add some fields, we can click the plus icon here. I'm going to start by adding a text field. I'm going to call this one site title. And this will basically, by doing that, we're defining what fields the CMS should display to content writer for them to input content inside it. If you worked with WordPress Advanced Custom Fields, for example, you might be familiar with that because it's really similar. Just say, yeah, like I want a title field here, I want a text field here, I want an image field here, and so on and so on. So we have our site title. Next, we're gonna also add another text field, which we'll call site description. Actually, not site description, I'm gonna call it like meta description. Meta description like this. Then we're gonna add a meta image. So we're gonna put image here. Gonna call it like meta image. For images, we have a bit more configuration here. So we're able like to say constraints for our meta image. And so we want our meta image to have the shape of like a postcard basically. So we're gonna say, yeah, like we want it to be 2400 pixel wide with 1260 pixel tall. Like this. And this will reframe the image to match these dimensions in the editor for us. Now click done here. And finally, we need our navigation. So if we go to our Figma here, we can see we have like a small navigation here with like item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then like a link with a funny, like not a funny, sorry, like a button shape here. So to do so, we can just add a link here. We're gonna call this one navigation. And here we have a lot of customization available for us. First of all, well, we can pick a placeholder if we want to, but we can leave it empty. We can allow or not allow blank targets. We will allow blank targets for this one. We can allow display text here. So this allows us to, when we define our link, so like for example here, we can put like, if we put a link to Twitter here, we can define the display text and say, yeah, it's going to be like Twitter. So we make that editable. So we allow display text. And also one thing important for us here that we want to make this link repeatable because we don't want just one link. We want to add as many or as few links as we want here. So we make it repeatable. And finally, we have variants here. So variants are helpful in our case because we want to display link in two flavors. We want the regular plain text link variant, and the button variant here. To do so, we're gonna enable variant, gonna name the first one link and the second one button. So we have two variants, one link and one button. From here, I can just click done, and here we go. We're done defining our content models for settings, but all of that, we just did it locally on localhost on size machine. What this did for us is that, as you can see in our GitHub tab here, that it created an index.json custom type settings for us with everything that we just configured within size machine, but in a JSON object that Prismic understands. But this is all locally, and so to make that available on our Prismic website here, we can just go to the Review Changes button on size machine and click Push. This will proceed to take everything we have locally and submit it to Prismic. And as you can see here, it now tells us create content in the page builder. So you can click here and you can see we're welcome to Prismic and to our page builder. And that's what we're gonna do now. So we're gonna use the page builder of Prismic for the first time here. This is where content writers use the CMS part of Prismic as non-technical users. As you can see here, we have the home page of our website, which is what we had here. So if we go inside it, we can see we have the content of our home page. So our home page, welcome to your new site, and so on and so on. This is what we've seen here. But we don't care about it for now. What we care about is just going to create a new page. And as you can see, we now have access to our settings page that we just created together inside size machine. And here we can see we have the same fields that we defined here. We have the site title, meta description, meta image, navigation, which we can see here with the site title and so on. And this is where we can input the content for our website. So we're gonna go with Glide.ai. Then for the meta description, I'm just gonna write some marketing copy here. So Glide.ai allows you to create motion effortlessly with precision. Then we're gonna have the meta image. So for the meta image, what we're gonna do is that if you go back to the resources page here, we have this Glide.ai site assets.zip file here, and you can download it. Then you can put it on your desktop, for example. It will be a zip like this. And if you extract it, you have a file here with multiple assets that we're gonna use for this tutorial. So I recommend you to download it actually. So, and inside it, we have a Prismic directory with all the images that we're gonna use in Prismic. So you can use them while writing content in Prismic. And that's what we're gonna do right now. So getting back to Prismic here, I'm just gonna click select image. Right now, I don't have any image inside the Prismic media library, which is where we store all the media we use on our website. So I'm gonna click upload media, and I'm gonna navigate to my desktop here. And then I have the Glide.ai site assets, Prismic, and I'm gonna pick the OG image here. Once it's uploaded, I can click add to page, and you can see we have our image here that was resized or cropped properly to the dimensions we selected here. If we want to make some adjustments in the image, we can update it here, but for now, I think we just keep it centered like this. That's cool. And then we have our navigation. So on the Figma, we don't have a really relevant navigation, just item 1, item 2. Well, we're gonna put here, we're gonna just put a features page. This one will be a link, and we're gonna link to a Prismic page. We're gonna link to another page. And then we're gonna add another link. This one will be sign up. Just gonna link to the same page, but this one will be a button. And from here, what we can do, we can just save our content, publish it, and just we're just gonna rename the document as settings because this is what it is really. And well, we're done. We wrote some content inside Prismic, we published it, and now it's available as part of the headless CMS. So you might be wondering, wow, cool, you published that, but how do I get that inside my Nuxt website? Well, that's what we're about to see right now. And to see that, because those data will mainly be used for header and footer on our website and for our add part of the HTML of our website? Well, this means we need a layout for our page. Because indeed, like right now, we only have the content, but we need a layout around of that. We need a header, we need a footer, and so on. And so, well, let's actually start by developing some Nuxt code together. So getting back to my website here, I will just go inside our app directory. I will create a new folder called layouts. And inside it, I will create a new layout file, which I will name default, because this is the default layout we want to use on every page. And the default name is like a special name used by Nuxt to say, okay, like if there's a layout and if it's called default, then I will apply it by default on all pages of my website. Here, well, we're just gonna care about the template for now. We can keep it like this. I'm just gonna move like this script section at the top because I like it on the top. And also, if you're wondering how I was able like to right-click new layout here and get a view component out of it, that's because I'm using NuxtHub, which is the Nuxt extension for VS Code that gives us a lot of actions that we can do to work with Nuxt. And actually, one thing we can do, we can actually like start our Nuxt server from it, and this will actually like warm up our Nuxt server for us because we'll need to get to it later on. So I'll like close this project here, and we know like our server is starting up. So how do I get the content from Prismic on my Nuxt app? Well, to do so, we need to use Prismic SDK and Prismic client. So because we created our project from the Prismic minimal starter, this means that inside the Nuxt config here, we already have the Prismic module configured for us. And this means we're able to use it inside our application. To do so, we'll first get our Prismic object. So got const Prismic equal use Prismic. And use Prismic is basically a utility that we provide that is injected globally inside the Nuxt application thanks to auto imports. And this allows us to get content like to get access to the Prismic client that we'll use to query our content. From here, we can just go const data equals settings, and we'll use Nuxt use async data methods to query our content. So Nuxt use async data is a Nuxt composable, well, not a hook. Use async data, it's a Nuxt composable that allows us to query data on the server or like on the client based on the context our app is rendered on, and to use those data to like render our website. So to do so, we're gonna call Nuxt use async data, and I'm gonna call it like Prismic.client. And well, if like me, like you don't have like great like IntelliSense, like it should tell your client here there's something wrong. This is likely because the view extension like didn't really pick up the website because we just created it. So we're just gonna reload our window quickly, and this will like align it again and get the view extension working properly. And so here, once it's done, you can see we now have great IntelliSense. We can get the client, and here, this is a Prismic client. So this allows us to get content from Prismic. And there's like a lot of methods like to get content, there's a lot of get methods basically. And in our case, we want to get our settings document. And because settings document is a singleton type of document, we can just click get single. And here it should tell us like, yeah, like get single, and tells us, yeah, like, well, I know you have a page type and now you have a settings custom type. And so, well, in our case, we want a settings custom type. And that's it. With that, we're already querying data from Prismic. And you can see that thanks to the beauty of TypeScript here, we didn't write any line of TypeScript here, but our settings document is fully typed and we know what it contains for us to render our settings. And without further ado, if I go inside my template here, I can just like decide, yeah, like I'm gonna print my settings. If I save that here and get back to my Nuxt application, we can see we have like the JSON content of our settings here. Cool. We're gonna use that later on to render our header and our footer. For now, what we'll just do, we'll just use it to define our metadata for our website. To do so, we'll get back to the script section here, and we'll use the use SEO meta composable that is provided by Nuxt. That is really great to allow us to define easily all the meta tags that we want to use on our website. To do so, we're going to provide the title with settings.value.data.site title. Then we're going to do the same for the OG title. And we'll proceed to then provide the description. So we're going to go description and setting value site description. Oh, it's not site description, it's meta description, sorry. Then I'm going to go OG description with the same one. And as you can see, like Copilot has been getting like really full here. If you don't have it, like basically it's an AI-powered developer, helper sort of intelligence thing developed by GitHub. And it's quite, well, I personally like it. I think it's getting like smarter and smarter to help us, and here's showing. And finally, we just have the OG image. So this one is a bit more tricky because if we look at our meta image here, which is here, it's not just a URL, it's like an object with like many values inside it. So we cannot just say, yeah, like use the meta image. So what we need to do instead, we just need to do like a computed value here and use settings value data meta image.url. Well, this is not what we want. Well, this works, but it's not ideal. Instead at Prismic, we recommend you to use the Prismic helper, so that's called as image src. And to that, we're going to use settings.value.data.meta image. And this will properly and safely extract the source of our image from our image field here inside our OG image for our website. And now if I save that and get back to my website here, if I give it a refresh, we can see we're on the home page. That makes sense. But we should see here like our description, like OG title, Glide.ai, OG description, Glide.ai allows you to create motion effortlessly, and so on and so on. So the reason the title is still on page is because I believe the default page here uses like some title already, which we're gonna rework that later on, no worries. For now, we're happy to display and use our settings document inside our layout here. So, well, cool, like we create data from Prismic. We have it locally. We used it already to render our default meta tags for our website. And moving on, we're gonna need to use those data to build our app header and our app footer. So let's move on to doing that together. Okay, so, well, first of all, we have a pretty interesting issue on our website here. Well, as you can see, it's like a white theme, but that's not at all what our website is, more like dark theme website. So let's fix that together. First of all, I'm gonna go back to our main CSS file here. And first of all, one quick, really nice touch we can do. Just gonna go to the HTML tag and we'll go now put the color scheme to dark. And what this will do is, like you can see if I go back to my website here, well, I don't have a scroll bar. If I have a scroll bar here, you can see like it's white themed. But if I now put the color scheme dark, this will make my scroll bar match my content, which is much more appealing when you have a dark theme. And well, I can see it's also like Chrome also has a dark theme. I didn't know about that, but by default, like it has a dark theme for HTML. So you can also just do that with one-liner CSS. That's pretty cool. But well, we're gonna need a bit more than that. Next, here we had like our font family. But well, we want a bit more than that. First of all, we're just gonna add a background image to our website, which is this little like noisy texture here that you can see a bit. On Figma, it's the depending on your screen might be hard to see, but basically, like you can see, like it's not like plain dark. Like there's some textures to it. And well, I provided you these textures inside the Glide.ai site assets zip that I provided to you on the resource page, and that you should have downloaded by now. So there's a public folder here with a favicon, and then some like little assets like a gradient, grid pattern, and a noise texture. So what I would like us to do for now is just like copy this folder, get inside our Glide.ai folder, and just paste it inside the public folder of Nuxt. So just copy everything inside it, go inside the public folder of our Nuxt website, and paste everything here. And well, first of all, like we have the new 5 icon, we have the Glide.ai 5 icon, which I just grabbed earlier on for us from the Glide.ai Figma. And this should already like look a bit better on our page. If we give it a refresh, we can now see we have the Glide.ai 5 icon here. How much better? But okay, enough wandering with around the 5 icon. Let's now put our noise texture on our HTML. So to do so, we're just gonna put like a background image. I'm gonna go URL, I'm gonna go string, I'm gonna slash assets slash noise texture.svg. And by saying that, it's gonna be a bit subtle, I think, but going there, yeah, you can see it's a bit subtle, but really it stays us in the details. You can see we now have like a more grainy texture to our background here. Next, we're gonna add some Tailwind classes to just like change things a bit. First of all, we're gonna change our background. So we're gonna use the @apply directive, which allows us to grab in Tailwind like constant here. And we're gonna go with like BG gray, like 950 here. And I go also with BG repeat because I think we have a small issue with our background for now. Like it doesn't, or maybe it repeats because like the SVG is really big, but just in case, we're just gonna put the BG repeat class to repeat our background if need be. And then we're gonna just put our text, like not plain white, but just like put like gray 50, so like a really light gray. And saving that and getting back to our website, well, you can see like no, it's more like a bluish tint to our background. Still with texture, which we don't see a lot here, but once we start to apply like pop-up colors on it, we're gonna see the difference, trust me. Moving on, we need to create our header file. So let's start by doing that inside our next project. So our header will be a components, and in next project, components live inside the components directory. To do so, under the app folder, we're gonna create a new folder called components. And here, well, if you have Nuxt or install, you can right click like Nuxt components, or else you can just create a file. I'm gonna do that for now. I'm gonna call it this one app header.view. And here I can start writing my view components for header. So I'll call this one a script.ts section with a setup. This will be like the JavaScript part of our component. And then we'll have a template here. Inside the template, for now, just gonna put like a regular HTML header with some like header content. And we're gonna keep it like this for now. Then here, what we need to do, well, we need to remember we fetched settings from Prismic inside our layout, and we need to make them available to our app header here. So I'm just gonna grab those two components here and like remove a bit like the old files from before. And getting back to our header here, this means we need to define a props for our header to get those settings. And to do so, just like use define props. And so the props, I'm gonna use a Tailwind type here. Well, not Tailwind type, I'm sorry. I'm gonna use a TypeScript type. And this is where we'll define our props. So our props, it's TypeScript types are like not really complicated, especially like when it comes to just defining props with Vue.js. So I'm just gonna say we want a settings props. Just gonna type settings like an object in JavaScript. And here, well, we don't want it to be any. Instead, we want it to be content.settings document, which we don't have here. So we just need to import content from Prismic. And I don't think we can do that. No, we cannot. So I'll just go import type content from Prismic client, Prismic IO client. Here we go. So content, it's a namespace. It's like basically you can see namespace in texture like super object of like many type definition. And this is where you find all your Prismic content types. So inside content here, if I go Dutch, you can see you have many content types. These are the content types of our website. But in our case, we want the content type.settings document. And this tells us, yeah, like I just want a prop. It should be called settings. And yeah, I want the content of that prop to be a settings document from Prismic. And so this means that now if I go to my default layout here and try to use our app header, well, first of all, you can see here it's not happy because it's like telling us here, like, well, we're missing the settings property. So, all right, let's add a settings prop. And if we add settings prop and just add like something like true, for example, we can see, well, that's a no-go for me. Like I want a settings document. I don't want a Boolean. So, all right, like let's add our settings document. And it tells us, well, it's not working. What's going on? So basically, like when we're using data here, like it's not always a settings document, as you can see here. In some cases, it can be undefined when we're still fetching the data from Prismic. So that means just need to go to our app header and say, well, it can be a setting, but it can also be undefined. So just gonna put a little exclamation question mark here to tell, well, we want a settings document, but we're fine with dealing with undefined in some cases. And so without further ado, we can see now it's happy with our settings document here. Cool. So I can now save that. And if I go have a peek at my Prismic website, now I have the header content displayed here. Cool. So now we need to go from that big JSON here and this header content dummy text here to something that looks more like that with the Glide.ai logo and a few like our menu here. And also we need it on mobile to look a bit more like this. So, well, let's work on that. How do I do that? So first of all, here we're gonna remove these settings, just logging things we had here because we don't want it. And we're gonna go back to our header here. So first of all, if we have a look at our Figma design here, we see we need to display our logo here. So once again, I have provided you inside the Glide.ai assets with an SVG folder here. So I'm gonna grab that SVG folder. We're gonna go inside our Nuxt project and we go inside app, components, and pass our SVG folder here. And then I'm just gonna rename that folder into Glide. This will make sense because then we'll have like Glide icon, Glide logo frame, and so on. But those are just SVG files for now. So we just need like to rework the logo one into a view component for us to use it easily inside our app header. Because I like for those kinds of icons, like I think it's more handy like to have them available as view components because that allows us like to style them more easily instead of just having an image that references an SVG file. So I'm gonna go to my logo here. Gonna change the extensions to .view. And then here I'm just gonna wrap it with a template. Here we go. So I take the template here, I go all the way to the bottom and I paste in the template. I can fix the indentation, but that's just for styling purposes, and I can save that. And from here, if I go back to my header, I can now use the Glide logo component, which went a bit funnier, so it should be fixed like this. And now if I save it and get back here, you can see I have the Glide.ai logo showing up on our fancy header. Next, we might need some spacing. So here we can see we have our logo, but there's some spacing around. It's not directly like stick to the top like we do like for now on our website. So we need to space it a bit. So you can see it has like 28 pixel top and like 48 on the side. So let's do this spacing. And so with Tailwind, we can do this spacing by just adding classes, as I told you. So you can go here. And well, first of all, just gonna add like some really small padding. And then we'll see how we can add more paddings to the logo. So just go P4. And what P4 does, it basically adds a small padding of 16 pixels all around my header. So if I just save that and go back here, you can see now we have some padding. Cool. Well, let's increase that padding once we're on desktop browser. So this is applied to everything, but we want to say like, well, when we're responsive, like in small size, we want a small padding. When we're like on bigger screen, like on desktop right now, we want a big padding. So what we can do, we can just call MD, which is for like a medium breakpoint. And then like just for sake of like seeing it, really gonna put like P16 to have a really wide padding. And now as you can see here, getting back to our like site here, we can see we have a really wide padding here. That's not what we want, just for the sake of demonstration purpose. And so, well, if I go like and inspect my site, you can see like, well, great padding, great padding, great padding. And now, oh, it switched to like this small like mobile padding. So this is how with Tailwind, we're able to say, yeah, like on mobile, we want this value, on medium breakpoint and IR, we want this value, and there's other breakpoints, like we have LG, we have Excel, I believe, yeah, we have Excel and so on. So that's just for us to know. So in our case, we don't want a really big padding, we just want like 6 for our padding, which is equivalent to 24 pixels. Okay, then we have our Glide logo, cool. What we'll do, because our header is basically a navigation bar, so we're gonna use a nav HTML element to label it as such for our users and for accessibility purpose. And also for accessibility purpose, we can add an area label, which is a way to say to screen reader that this is the main navigation of our website. So we're going to just use area label main, and this will announce for users that use screen reader that this is the main navigation of our website. But now, like for people that like need like, well, for the sake of following our design, we need to style it. And again, to style it, you're not gonna write some CSS, you're gonna write some Tailwind classes. So, well, we don't know yet really what we're gonna need here. Well, let me think. First of all, looking at our design here, well, we'll need some more padding, I believe, at one point to reach like the 48 we had here, and then 28. And then we'll need like to change the text and everything. So before we do that, I think we'll need to just start by like also displaying our links here that we defined inside Prismic. So remember, we had 2 links, one for features and one for sign up. So to do so here, well, there's multiple ways I can display our links. I could just type some code here, but what we're gonna use instead, we're gonna use Size Machines to type some code for us. And getting back to Size Machine here, you can click the Show Code Snippets button here, and this will show me code snippets to render my links. So here we have the navigation one, that's the one we're interested in, and we see, you can see I have like a snippet that is pretty cool already for doing my links, so I can copy it, paste it here. You can see like it's a bit like a data.navigation. So in our case, we're just gonna use like settings.data.navigation. So it's gonna be with a question mark, because remember it can be undefined. So just saying like, well, in the case it's undefined, like we don't care, we don't render anything. But if we have links, we're gonna render links like this. If I save my page now and get back to my website here, you can see we have feature and sign up, which are links to another page, which cool. Next, we also need a link on our Glide logo to get back to our home page. So, well, let's do that. So what we're gonna do, let's get back to our header here. Now just put like a regular Nuxt link here to our home page. And here we go, we're gonna have the Glide logo inside it. Yeah, here we go, like this. So then with that, we have a link to our home page. This goes to the home page, this goes to the another page or sign up page, and that's it. Well, we have a lot of styling to do here. So getting back to my code, what we're gonna do. So first of all, we want to render our links a bit more fancier way than just having a template wrapping it around. So first of all, we'll render them as a list. And then we're gonna put everything inside it. Here we go. So template's gonna be a list item instead. And then we still have a Prismic link here. And so what we're gonna do, we're gonna render this list like right now, just rendered, was rendered as a list. We want it to be rendered in line like this with some padding in between. So like 30, okay. So what we can do, we can slap some classes in it. We can say, well, we want you to render as a flex, as a display flex. So we do md flex to say like, oh, on desktop, go render as display flex. And then when I say, well, we want a gap of 6 to have a 24 pixel of gap between each of the links. And without further ado, get back to our site here. You can see we now have like a gap and like rendering as expected. Cool. Next, our links. So our links, I believe, are good for now. One thing that is obviously off here that, well, we want Glide.ai on one side, we want the links on the other side. To do so, let's get back to our code here. And so, how should we approach that? First of all, we're gonna go to our navigation. And we're also gonna render our navigation as flex. And then we're gonna say, well, justify between. And we're gonna also say item centers. And without much here, we should already have something that looks a bit more like our navigation here. You can see we're getting closer. What else should we do? So first of all, we're gonna go on our list here and say, well, this, we're gonna say like, well, this is the desktop navigation. If we go like to a mobile layout, this won't be the mobile navigation. So what we're gonna do here is just gonna say, well, on mobile, you're hidden, on desktop, you're displayed. Then we're gonna create our mobile navigation. And to do so, we need to switch some classes on. So to do so, our mobile navigation, it will look a bit more like this. So we'll have still our logo at the top, then we have like a cross here, and then we have a list of our items. So to do so, we'll just like wrap all of that inside the div. Then we're gonna keep, well, we have a button at one point, I believe, but first let's just like display again our list here. We go, and so our list, this one is gonna be rendered as a grid. Just gonna like justify all the items at the end, justify items end. And then we're gonna also add a gap of this one. I'm gonna add like we're gonna keep the same gap here. This div, obviously, because it's a mobile menu, we don't want it to be displayed on a desktop. So we're gonna go class and gonna md hidden. And this will say, well, when we're on a viewport greater than this width, we just display on this part of the HTML layer. And then we need somehow to position it absolutely like above all our content. So to do so, again, we can use Tailwind, can just go fixed. Can go like inset 0 to say like choose the inset property to have it span over the whole viewport. Gonna use like a Z index to put it like above everything else. I display it as a flex box because we have a button. So like flex call. And items at the end alignment. Then we need also to add a BG background to that. So we're gonna go BG gray, and we're gonna go BG gray 950. It's the same background we had on our whole application. We need to add some padding. So we have like some padding on the right of 4, so like 1 rem, 16 pixel, 1 padding at the top for a bit more, so like that's 24. And then, well, we'll have transition and stuff, but we'll focus on transition later on. Next, So this is our menu. I'm not sure what it looks like really. I can see, yeah, it looks like our menu. Like when we're on mobile, you can see it displays over everything. And we have like our links here. But well, we need more than that. We need our logo to be back. We need our like some way of closing our menu. And so, well, let's see how we can fix that. So first of all, for link to display above everything, I think we can use a little trick here. So we're gonna go on our next link. Now just apply a class of Z50. And so hopefully this should display our logo above the layer we added here for mobile menu. Next, we need to add a little like a menu like cross icon. So this is, well, we're a bit in an awkward state here where the menu is like open when we didn't really open the mobile menu. So we'll start adding the logic to open and close our mobile menu. To do so, we'll use like a isOpen boolean, which will use view refs to say if our menu is up, to control if our menu is opened or not. And so going to our next link here, what we need to do is that on desktop, if we look at our Figma, we need to display a little like hamburger icon here instead of our links here to be able to open our menu. And when our menu is opened, we need a cross here to be displayed. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, we're gonna wrap our logo inside another div here. This div, we're gonna put it in flexbox. I'm gonna put like item center and justify between also. Then what we're gonna do here, I say, well, if we click on the next link, we're gonna use add click, then we close our menu, because this means like we clicked and like we don't need our mobile menu here anymore. But we're gonna add like a button after it. And so this will be like the open our menu. So I'm just gonna call it open for now, and you're gonna say this one, if we click it, then is open becomes true. And then based on that, we're gonna be able like to define if whether or not we display the mobile navigation here. And to do so, we're just gonna go here inside our div that wraps everything. Gonna go like to like make some room for our code. And so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna add a class. Say, well, if it is open, then we're gonna like translate x0. If it's not open, I'm gonna translate x full, which is 100%. And well, because we have translation, like we could have used like just hidden and not hidden, but because we use translation here, this means we're gonna want some transition because we want to try to make it a bit fancy. So we get back to our class here, go transition, transform, duration 300. I'm gonna use is in and out. And those are Tailwind utility class to say, well, we're gonna transition property transform. We now want this transition to be 300 milliseconds, and we want the easing function to be this cubic basic curves here. What we can also do, we can also do will change transform, which will apply the will change CSS property here. That is a great helper to basically, it doesn't have a lot of impact on, it doesn't have any impact on the visual, but it gives a hint from the CSS file that this will move later on. And so the HTML and the browser is able to optimize that for a transition to look as smooth as possible. And without further ado, I think if we save that and go check our website, well, we can see we see our website here again, cool. And then here we have the Glide.ai and we have the open here. So you can see if I click open, our menu slides in. If I click on Glide.ai, it slides out. So there's some style for us to do here. So let's see how we can fix that. But first, let's go back to our code. Here we have the flex justify between item center. We're gonna be needing to refine that a bit to accommodate our mobile and desktop layout. To do so, I'm just gonna say, well, the item center is only for desktop and desktop like display. What we're gonna do, we're just gonna be use the flex. I'm gonna use like flex call, And without much, you can see already we're displaying the logo on the side and the open on the other side. Gonna refine that a bit more actually. Gonna say, well, first of all, we want that div like to be centered itself. We want its max width to be 6XL, which is like a class in Tailwind that basically says, well, max width is like basically like a screen at match, so like it doesn't like go take the whole size of the screen when on a bigger screen. Let's call justify between, and then gonna add like a bit more padding on it. So we're gonna like py2 here. We keep them center. Like also on desktop, we want it to be on flex row instead of flex call. And then I think we're good. So if we save that, we should have something that is a bit more responsive. First of all, you can see it looks like this. And then if we open up on desktop, you can see it renders like this. And if we're on like really big screen, you can see like it has like some kind of container on the side thanks to the max width settings we set on it. Here we go. Here we are able to open our menu and to close it. Let's refine that a bit. So here we have a navigation with the transition. We have, and we need here to put a button to like close our menu if we don't just open it by mistake. It's kind of like button click open close here. And let me think. Yeah, well, oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I think, well, we have some things to do, but this will already close it. Like we can open it, and then we have a close button here. Yeah, I didn't say like, yeah, we need to do something with the open. Like we need to stop showing it once on desktop. So what we can do here, we can go to the button and add some more classes to it. So you're gonna say like, add like block classes first of all. Then I'm gonna say like, well, when you're on desktop, it's hidden. So what we're saying here, it's like, well, when you're on mobile, you display yourself as a block. When you're on desktop, you just hide yourself. I'm gonna add some padding to it. So I'm gonna add padding 2 so it has a bigger hitbox. Gonna make the text bigger. And I think that's all for now. One thing you can do also for accessibility is that because this is basically like a button to open a menu, we can add like an accessibility tag that says area expanded. That will tell us if we expanded the menu or not for screen reader. I'm just gonna bind the is open boolean here to trigger this attribute on our button or not. Then moving on here for our button, I'm gonna do pretty much the same treatment. So I don't think we need to edit this one because like its point is already hidden when it needs to. So we're gonna have our button, gonna say class. I'm just gonna use this button as a block because by default buttons aren't displayed as display block. Then we have block. We're gonna add like the same padding we had to the previous one. Gonna say also the text free XL. And we have a close, and I think this should already look something cool. So if we go back to desktop, we have a big open button here, and now we have a close button. But well, we don't want open or close. What we want here are little like X symbol and a burger menu symbol here. So, well, how do we add those icons? Like I didn't provide those icons as part of the assets files I had you download before. And well, we're gonna add those icons thanks to Nuxt icon. So Nuxt icon, as you probably guessed it, it's another Nuxt module. So I'm just gonna do like a bit of like room cleaning here. We don't need Tailwind documentation. We don't need Nuxt fonts. But going back to our resources page here, scrolling a bit inside documentation, I had fontaine icons, and we use the Nuxt icon module. So Nuxt icon module is another Nuxt icon that integrates the icons from Iconify on your website. So basically it grants you access to many, many icons. So if you look like for burger, we can see I have like thousands of burger-like menu here for me to use. In our case, on our website, we're gonna use icons from the PH library, which is called Phosphor. So it's Phosphor icons, which is like a neat like little icon library. And so thanks to Nuxt icon, we have access to all those icons, and it takes care of just bundling the ones we're actually using on our website. So this means we can just install Nuxt icon. Again, I will grab this simple like install command here. Can grab it here. I can go to my VS Code. I don't think, yeah, well, we can keep it like this. Let's get back to our terminal. Here, I'm gonna use another window. I'm gonna use to my desktop, go to Glide.ai. Here we go, and I'm gonna pass the command from Nuxt icon. And so here we go, we have Nuxt icon. And so what we should have now, if we go back to our app header, we should have access to a new component simply called icon. So I don't think it's happy. Yeah, because we're missing, yeah, so we access to the icon component. Now we're missing, of course, the prop from it. We're gonna use the, I think, on the Phosphor library. So if you go to the icons.js.org and to Phosphor, here we can search for icons for burger, but we're gonna use the list hold icon, which is, well, it's not displayed here, but I guess, oh, it's list bold, sorry. Yeah, here we go. And you can see here, we have like a little like string you can copy. So we can copy this string. And going back to our code, we can pass this string. And this is the list bold. And so if we have a look at our website here, oh yeah, we might have missed something. We need to restart our dev server. So let's go here. Yeah, I think it wasn't happy. Let's just restart our dev server once again. Like, it didn't, like, basically we had our Nuxt server running, and like we installed a module while the server was running, like it didn't really pick up what was going on. Just gonna like restart our server. Here we go, server is running. And so getting back to our website here, you can see we now have a cool like burger icon here that allows us to open our mobile menu. Now we're gonna do the same for the close button. So this one for close button, I'm gonna use the X bold, which is here. I'm gonna use X bold. I'm gonna go to my button here, icon, X bold, like this. And now we have a menu that looks a bit more like a menu, I believe. We go. So that's neat. Let's just see if we can refine our CSS a little bit here first before we move on. So we have like our navigation here. We centered it. We're happy with everything. We then have our like Glide logo with the icon that we only display on mobile. And then we have the list bold icon to display the list. Moving on here, we have what we call our mobile navigation. So we only display this one on mobile. We hide it on desktop. It span over like the whole viewport thanks to the fixed position fixed and then inset 0 to have it like go over everything. Then we have the flex call and everything, like the little transition we put up with the translate. Like this. Then we have our button with like the same like few classes we need for it. Then we have like our list of things for the mobile navigation. So it's grid, justify item, we close that. For the link, I think we need to toggle a bit of things. Like it's looking a bit sad right now here. So let's just add more classes to it, like Tailwind classes to change a bit the way they are looking. Like pimp my link a little bit. So we're gonna go class. So the links, we're gonna display them in block. I'll say the min age is gonna be 11. Gonna do like some padding on the x-axis of 3. And gonna make the text bigger. So gonna same as thing, gonna go like 3XL. So like we have like big fat buttons on mobile, so it's easier to click them. I'm just gonna add like some little margin to the first one because right now it's like a bit close to the X, like a bit awkward. So I'm gonna like first, I'm gonna go like empty 6. And so, well, let's go 8 actually. So first empty 6, like a special tagging class. Basically what we're saying here, we're saying, well, first, so I'm gonna use like the first child CSS selector. And we're saying we do this first and then colon, and then we have like empty 8 to say, well, the first one, we want like 2 errands, so like 32 pixel applied on it for it to look great. Then we're gonna, well, we can save that already and have a quick look at what it looks like. And you can see like now it looks like more like a big, like fat mobile menu that will be like more easily usable once you're on an iPhone, like a device here, you can see. Neat. Next, we're gonna just like pimp a bit also like the desktop menu. So same, just gonna add like a few classes here. So we're already happy with that. Just gonna make the link a bit prettier also. It's gonna go here, link. We go. And then I'm gonna class. So we're gonna go with inline flex. Then we're gonna go min age 11 also to have like links be big and like clickable. And then like item center. And so what this does, so if you go like the link here, basically like having like a item, like you can see like we have like a whole clickable area for the link, which makes it like easier to click on it. Like you don't have to go right over the text, just like clickable here. And same for the mobile one, like we have a big fat area to click on links, so it's like easier like to just be able like to select them. But now we have like something we need to do that we forgot about. You can see we have like the feature and the sign up links here. But if we go to our Figma, like we have like the view GitHub one that is to be displayed as like a button, like shaped links. And so, well, let's see how we can do that together. So to display this button, let's get back to our code here. We want the button to be displayed on the mobile version and on the desktop version. And well, how do we do so? Well, first of all, you can see like we have the class like link variant applied here, which was like suggested by Prismic. And we can see like the variants like either link or button. This is what we defined in Slice Machine earlier on. If you remember, we went inside the navigation here and we said, well, we want variants for it, which is either link or button. And so, well, that's what we have inside this property here. And we can use this property to decide whether we render just a link or render a button. And well, there's multiple ways we can approach that. We could say, well, we want our button to be like a dedicated component and like do a lot of fancy things with it. But in this case, like our button is mainly like just a visual difference in it. And there won't be like, it will be like a bit complex. Like there's a lot of style in it, but it's really like just a lot of style added to a link. It doesn't necessarily mandate a component. And in that case, what I like to do when it's possible is just to create a class for that button. And so what we'll do, we're gonna like assign classes. And so I'm gonna say, well, we're gonna use like a button link class. When the link dot variant equal button. And we can remove the first one. And so we say no, like when the link variant is a button, we add the button link class. And because we're gonna need like this kind of button, like multiple parts in our applications, we're gonna need like it like in the header, but also in the hero here. And then we're gonna have like another one, I believe, in the footer here. We're gonna just make this class global on our application. To do so, I'm gonna go to the main CSS file here. And well, let's write the CSS for this button. So I'm gonna go like .button link. And first of all, like, well, just to see if it's working, I'm just gonna say like text blue. And without match here, we should already see our button displayed in blue. Cool. So I'm just gonna go like split view. And so this way we can see what we're doing while we write some style here. So well, we can keep it like this, like or maybe not. Yeah, well, let's keep it big. So we'll need like some Tailwind classes. First of all, like we'll have it like inline flex. This makes like an inline flex box, like this. I'm gonna also make it relative because I'm gonna need like an after element on it. And then I'm gonna use like age fit to like have it like fit the 8 and width fit. What this does, like it's just like width fits content, age fits content. Then I'm gonna like round this button. So to tell like to add a border radius, we're gonna round, and then we're gonna round it full. This has a full border radius. It's not like if we had like a background, like a gray background to it, for example, here, and I save, you can see like now we have a gray background around it. But well, for now I just keep it like rounded. Like well, we can keep the background for now. So what we're gonna do, we also add some padding, so like px4 and py2. Here we go. So now like it's perfect, like it's more centered. Before it was a bit smaller, so that's why it was like dragging a bit. And so well, that's the first bit of things I want to add. So like what I like to do, like when we have like a lot of classes to write with Tailwind like this, we can just like add multiple add directory. So apply directory, apply directives, sorry, pardon my English. So these ones are more like defining like the shape of the box we have initially. Now we add some more like for the actual like style of it. So we want to add like a border, which is like a border of 1 pixel. And then I'm gonna do like a border sky 100. And once I save that, you can see we now have like a small like sky background border around it. But we want it to be like lighter, because if we look at our design, like it's quite subtle, like just like a real like small like border we have around that. Like not like really like in your eyes like it is right here. So if I save that, now like the border is more like subtle, more muted. Then we'll now add some background to it. So I'm gonna go again like with BG Sky. We go like BG Sky 200. And again, like we don't want like a really strong sky, we just want like a really, really light sky. I'm gonna go like 10%. And what those does, like what those like /10, they basically like just make the RGB value like transparent, like one like 10%, like well, 10% opacity or like 20% opacity. Then I'm gonna change the text style, text color. It's gonna go like text sky 200. We can put, well, one thing we want to do, like we don't want any outline like this around it when you click it. So we're just gonna go with outline none, because we'll have like something else instead. Well, thank you, Copilot. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. So outline none. And we're gonna just instead like we use like a ring TL 300. There we go. So it's really subtle, but we'll see it more like when we add like some more style to it. So that's more like the default visual state of it. Then we need to add some more like, well, if we go on the website here, you can see like it has a bit more to it. So what we need to do is to add like, okay, so what I'm trying to say is like, when we hover it, like we have this cool like glowy effect on it here. And so, well, to add this glowy effect, what we can do is use a pseudo element. So use the after element. And well, this is where like we're gonna stretch Tailwind fins, like it's getting like a bit too much in some cases. Well, Copilot still like doesn't want your help on that. So what we're gonna do, we can do it with Tailwind, we can do it with plain CSS, that's also perfectly fine. But just for the sake of learning, we're gonna do it with Tailwind. So with Tailwind, like to use pseudo element, we just use the after keyword, and then we apply style to the pseudo element of that element. So you can go like with absolute to make the pseudo element absolute value. So this basically like generates that kind of set. So after absolute after. Then go also to after, and then I'm gonna go with inset 0. Then go after minus Z10. So basically what we want with the after is to create some kind of element is behind the button. Because like if I go here like after BG blue, for example, I think you can see like we have a big box that is displaying behind our button. So I think if I put red, you might see it better. Well, not a lot, but well, we have the after elements, we have after the 10. We're gonna also round it full. So we're gonna after round it full. Like this. We're gonna add a background to it. So after PG TL 100, so just a really soft background. And we're gonna add after, I'm gonna use the blur medium. What this does, just add like a filter on our element that will apply a blur of 12 pixels. And if I say it like this, we can see we now have like a glowy shape behind it, which is like we're getting there. It's not quite what we want there, but this will be like our style. So we can add a bit more to that. So first of all, well, we don't want it to be displayed when we are on like a idle state like this. So we're gonna go after BG opacity 0. So this will hide our background when we're not like by default. And now what we can do is add the over style. To do so again, we could use it like by just doing like a like after a over and like add some style. But once again, just gonna use it with Tailwind. That's not necessarily like the way to go. Like the other way are really valid. Just again for learning a bit more about Tailwind. Like with pseudo element, we can use Tailwind to add style on focus, on over, on like different cases. So I'll go like over, colon border teal. Gonna also add like a transitions on the colors, which will say like by town, like, well, we want to transition the anything that is like color, background color, border color, decoration, and so on. So over border teal, 200. And we don't want it like to be like strong. So again, I'm gonna offset it just saying like here, like 40% opacity. And so if I save that already, you can see like we just have like a little like highlight of the arrow here. Then we're gonna do the same with the text. We're gonna over text teal 300. And for the after, we're gonna also add a transition on the after elements. We're gonna go transition all to apply just transition to all because we cannot really target background by so simply. Then we're gonna go after duration 500. I'm gonna after over BG background opacity 15. So we don't want it like to be like 100%. Just gonna go like this. And for focus, we're gonna go focus ring 2. So ring 2 is like not a standard CSS utility, something introduced by Tailwind that allows us to just add a ring to things using the box shadow opacity, which is a much subtle like over style, as you can see here. So this is like the focus style when I'm navigating on the keyboard, and this is the style when I'm overing it. One thing we can do like to pimp it a bit more, we can do after animate pulse, which is a special Tailwind class that will make our background pulse a bit when we're overing it. So you can see like it's glowing like slowly, like a brief, like it's breathing. That's what you want to say. And without much, like, well, with all these CSS classes that we applied using Tailwind, we're able to have like this fancy button without creating a component, which is fine for like really small use cases like this, and also like doesn't prevent us from like growing this if we need to later on by creating a dedicated component and just moving this style where it needs to be. But for now, and for this website, because we're just gonna use the button like this, we don't need a real component for it. We just have a class that we slap when we need it. And without much, we now have a button class that we can use on our website. And so if we use it here, you can see we have the button class. That is all fancy. And well, that's, I think we're done with creating our header. Look at it. It's here, mobile, it grows here, we have feature sign up, cool. On desktop, it like looks great. And well, now that we have our header, of course, we're gonna need a footer for our website. So let's move on to our footer. This one will be simpler than the header. So, well, let's get back to our code. So our footer will still like, it looks like a bit our header really. Like we have like if you look at the components here on Figma, We have the logo here. The only thing, like, it's like, well, let's make it full size. And then we just have like the links, but like without like a fancy button, because we want it to be more subtle. And also on mobile, the links are just displayed like on top of it, so like no fancy menu needed here. So, well, to do so, what we can do, we can just copy paste our header component here, and just gonna rename it header footer. Yes, we can update that. And so what we're gonna do here, we can pretty much remove everything from here. So, well, actually, know what, like, yeah, like let's remove all of that. We're gonna keep the nav, gonna get rid of this style on the nav, gonna get rid of this style on the header. And well, actually, header, gonna rename it footer. We don't have like any state, right? You can remove like isOpen. We can remove the isOpen thing here. And then for the list here, we can remove this. Well, we can just keep this style like this. Just remove the hidden because we want it to be displayed anyway. And we're gonna work from here on our footer. So we still want it to be provided with the settings. So this means that if we go to our default layout here, we can copy the header line, and just this one, gonna call it like app footer. And we put it this time after the slot of our website page content. So I can save it here, and if I go to my site here, you can see we have something that looks like a footer, but like it's not there yet. So let's get back to our code here. So this is from Nuxt, we can just close it. Getting back to our code. So this time, like, our navigation is the footer. Like, it's not our main navigation, the navigation from the footer. So again, we can change the URL label, just say like, yeah, this is navigation from the footer. This way, screen readers know that like it's not the main navigation of the website. We still have the Nuxt link on the logo to the home page. What we can do here, like, because the logo is like just visual, doesn't have like any information for screen reader users, we can do something quick that is great for accessibility. And so basically, we can just add a span. I'm gonna say, well, this is like settings.data.site title homepage. This is a link to like the homepage. But we don't want this link to be displayed like to every user, just want it to be announced through a screen reader. So what we can do, we can add another class here, which is called SR only. And what this does is like hides this span, but in an accessible way. This means like screen reader will be able like to, when they go like and focus that link here, they focus that link, they will be able like to say, yeah, like this is Glide.ai homepage link. So we have that here. Then we have our flex box here for our list of links. So we can say like the link setting navigation, we have the link. We don't want it to be a button here, so we can get rid of the class assignation here. And so here we still want it an inline flex, item center, all of that. So we have our link here. And next step, we're just gonna need like to update our footer here. So just add some classes. This one is gonna have flex call. So quite the same deal as like what we did for the header here. So like flex call, then gonna go like justify between. Like gap 6, like px8. So like px8 again, it's like to add like a padding on the left and the right of 2 rems, like 32 pixel. px1 would have been like 1 pixel, 38. I'm gonna like py, gonna go like py7, and on medium breakpoints, like on a desktop size viewport, I'm gonna go like flex 4. Border top, so we can just like a small like border on the top to like add a delimitation and add like a border gray, and I'm gonna go like 600. Now if I save that and go back to our footer, you can see we have something like worthy of a footer, and like when we're on mobile, it's like displayed like this, which is pretty much what we have on the final website that we're trying to build here. You can see like this, and on mobile like this. And one thing I'm seeing that maybe you got wrong, yeah, it's not aligned to the center. So let's see how we can align it at the center. So we have our footer, flex call. Yeah, we need to do like item center like this. And so this aligns the items at the center correctly. Here we go. One thing we forgot to do, like here, like we did like the SRN here on the footer, but we can just copy paste this line and also add it on the header here. So in the header, inside the nav, we had our Glide logo, and just inside we had the same line SRN. This is great for accessibility. And well, without much, well, we now have a footer and a header for our website. The footer is meant to span like this, as we can see on the final website. And we have our header that is like fancy with this little like cool button, which has this little like pulse animation from Tailwind. Cool. So, well, we're done with templating our header and footer from our settings document coming all the way up from Prismic. Well, that's a great milestone for us. Like, feel free to take a break now, as we're gonna move on to the next steps, which will be about creating our first pages with Prismic. But before that, well, let's save our changes. So I'm gonna go like to the source control tab on VS Code and say like a new commit message, like add header and footer. I click commit here and it's committed. Cool. So next step for us will be to create our page. Indeed, like for now, we only have like that as our page. We're going to go from that to something that looks more like this. So, well, how do we do so? Well, first of all, we need to add to slice machine here. So make sure slice machine is still running in a terminal of yours. So you're still running here on my terminal here. And from here, I can go this time. Before that, we created a settings custom type. But now we need a page type to render pages, like regular pages. And to do so, I can add to the page types. And because we started with the minimal starter, we have the page type here that is already available for us, that was created by default. So it has some content inside it, but we're gonna see like what we can do. So first of all, we have a title, which is an H1. And this is this time like in contrast to the previous title like we had here on the settings page. This one is just a text. This one is a bit fancier. It's a Prismic rich text, which allows us to control like whether we want like paragraph, pre-tag, H1, H2, H6, and so on. And this one would just a title like this. We're fine with that. It has a slices. Well, we're gonna come back really quick to slices, but for now I just want to get back and like see how we can like add SEO metadata to this page. And so what I'm gonna do, like this is the main space of my document, and I'm gonna add here a new SEO tab. And inside the SEO tab, I will add data I want to be manageable for SEO for my page type. So first of all, I will add another text, just a regular text. This one I call it like meta title. Then I will add another text also, like for the meta description. And finally, I'll also add a meta image. So I'll call it like this one, meta image. And like we did on the first one, I'm gonna constrain it to 2000 pixel wide and 1260 pixel tall. I can save that like this. And without much, well, we're done templating our page. So we can already, it's already saved, like Slice Machine automatically saves your changes to the file system here. What we can do, we can push it to Prismic. So it's pushing to Prismic. And once it's pushed and we get back to our Prismic repository online this time, we can see we already had pages, so our own page with our on-page content, but now we also have the SEO tab that we created together. And so here we can add like some SEO, so we're going to create like on page. Going to go like a Glide.ai on page. And we can select an image and can select a wall. We can keep the same one, or we can like just leave it unchecked because Nuxt will make great care of reusing this image. Actually, we can also like just get rid of that. Meta description will just use the default description, and you're just going like I'll just go like home. I will save that, publish it. But now, as you can see, when you get back to my website, well, it's not already like, it's not really like, it should display home here, right? Yeah, indeed. So we need to update our page types here. So if we go like to apps, pages, we have the index page and the UID page, which are responsible for querying our page content. And that's what we're doing here, but we're not like updating our meta title. And so, well, what you can do here, because we're lazy, we're developers, we can go back to the page types on Size Machine inside page. And here we have the page snippet tricks here, which is quite a handy like hack that allows us to just, get a snippet already for us to render our page. And so we're gonna grab this part of the snippet, which is just the SEO meta. And so we can go here, slap the SEO meta, and well, I lead you the right way because I had you like create the exact same field that were requested here for the SEO meta. So this is great. We can save it. We can pass the same thing here in use UID, save it. And now if I go back to my page, you can see now it's displaying home. And if I go here, I update it to like Glide.ai Motion, for example, I can save it, publish it, and get back here. You can see now it should say Glide.ai Motion. Cool. So, well, this is done for setting up our page type, but well, we're missing the bulk of it. So how do we go like about adding like this kind of section inside Prismic? So, well, we're gonna do that inside Machine, and we're gonna do that thanks to slices. So slices are created inside this slices tab here. As you can see, we already have a rich text slice that was used as part of the home page here. And well, we're gonna need other slices inside our website. Just so if you don't remember, earlier in the video, I showed you on our Figma design, we have like components for like the heroes, the bento sections, the showcases, the case studies, integration, and so on. And those components represent a section of our website, and on Prismic, those sections are called slices. So what we're gonna define is like the slice for the hero section here with the fields that are necessary to construct this hero section. Then gonna do one for the bento section, the showcase section, and so on. And then once we have those slices, we'll be able to use them in Prismic like we do here to compose a page. And we also like fancy live editing, like live preview here, but we'll get to that later on. So let's create our first slice for the hero section. So we'll work on this section here. So let's just focus on the one here. It is a bit like a standalone. So how do we work on a slice? Well, first of all, we need to create a slice. So I add to this slices directory here, and I will create a new slice. I want to name this slice hero. And well, the target library, you can see like it's a folder we want to store it. We have one configured. We can configure multiples, but today we're just going to use the default one here. Just call this one the hero slice. Once we're done, well, we're welcome to this screen. We have like a variation like a part here. We're not going to focus on the variations for now. We're going to talk about variations later on. For now, I want us to focus on the fields section here. And in the field section, this is where we can add fields like we did on the custom types and the page types for our hero slice. So if we look at our hero slice here, we can see, all right, we're gonna need a heading for the title of the hero. Then gonna need like a body for the little like line here, like of text. Then gonna need like a CTA and an image. So, well, you should already see where this is going, I think. So we can click add a field. Gonna add a rich text field. I'll take this one, heading. And here it's a rich text field. So this means we can have like H1, H2, it's like HTML. So what we can do, this one, it's a heading. We don't want it to have an image. We don't want it to have like a pre-text. We just want it to be an H1. And I go with H1. We don't want to have multiple paragraphs. We just want one H1. And so from here, we can click heading and done. Then we're gonna add another field. This one will be a body. And so the body, it's a bit more like just a body of text. So we just want it to have paragraphs, eventually like bold and italic. And we can have like multiple paragraphs, and well, we won't have links inside it, so we can leave it like this. Then we want a CTA. So we don't have a CTA field on Prismic, but we have a link field, which is what we use for CTA. So for a CTA, this one I'm gonna call it like CTAs, because actually like here we just have one, but we could allow content writer to add as many as they want, for example. So we're gonna call this one CTAs. We're gonna add a blank target, allow display text. And what we're gonna also do, we're gonna make this link repeatable. We don't want variants here because we're fine with just having like buttons everywhere. Here we go. And finally, we're gonna add an image. So for the image, just gonna call this one very simple. Just gonna call it image like this, and here we go. And so from here, I'm done to work on the templating part, the modeling part of my hero, and I'm ready to work on the templating part. And you might be wondering, well, like, what do we do it? Like, do we like review or change, push to Prismic, somewhere like add a hero page in Prismic, and then like grab the data and work on size machine? Well, this is possible, and this sounds like the traditional way you would do that with a CMS. But what's also possible with Prismic is to work within what we call the slice simulator here. The slice simulator, it's an environment that runs locally that allows us to work on a slice. So here you can see like I have my fields from Prismic that I can like edit, and here I will have my slice. So for now, like you can see like our website is in dark mode, and like we have a slice actually like showing up here, so like we have a placeholder component. But you know what, like, well, it's in white background, so well, let's just do a quick fix to have our slice simulator showing in a dark mode like our website. And to do so, we can just head to the app pages folder. Inside we have a slice simulator page, and this is where we have this Prismic custom like fancy slice simulator thing running on. And what we can do here inside slice simulator, I'm just gonna add like a background. So it has a background prop, and we're gonna just add like the value of our background. So it's like 030712. And so when I say like this is a gray from Tailwind, I can save that here. You can see now I have a black background, which, well, yeah, easier. And now I can go back to my slice. So if I go here, I go to my hero slice. You can see here, like we have the placeholder section. Just gonna go give a refresh slice simulator. I think didn't like the fact that we added one. Here we have the placeholder. And just to show you like how it works, I'm just gonna dump all the content from my slice here. And now we're gonna see the JSON of our slice, which is like this. And here I can just write content, and you can see it's getting written here. So I can see like hello Nuxters. You can see we have hello Nuxters, and we are like to work within this dedicated environment to craft our slice, work on like, this is what we call mod content, work with that to be able like to work on our slice without needing to actually like push the slice to Prismic, render it in the document, save it, querying and everything. And this should make the feedback loop for us much faster. So, well, without further ado, let's get on templating these slices together. Okay, so getting back to our code here, I just want to explain you a bit more what's going on in the JavaScript section of our slice, first of all. So as you can see, like we're defining our props, and like our slice hero component is receiving some props from the page, which are like the slice props, the index prop, which is the index of the slice in the array of slices receiving from Prismic. Because basically, like when you see like slices like this is the first slice in the array, this is the second slice in the array, this is the first slice in the array, and so on. So this can be helpful sometimes if you want to do something like where the slice is used like on an even number or like an odd number of the array. The slices array contains all the slices of the array, and the context is like an arbitrary object that you can paste to the slice zone here that you can retrieve then on the slice to perform things. This can be like global data, store, whatever. Not gonna use it today, but just good for you to know that. Then here in templating, we're gonna be mostly using our slice today. And so, well, let's get started with templating. And well, this is what our slice looks like in the simulator here. But one of the first things we can see here and that we want to work on is that we can see that we have some kind of container going on with our website. You can see here we have like this one's the content like with like on the left and the right. This is the same one. This is the same one also with this one like going out of the flow, but that's normal. That's the design. And more or less the same for like every piece of content we have here. So let's work on this component, and we'll call this component the bounded component. So we're gonna create a new component here. Gonna create like bounded. And this gives us a component here. So what we can do, we can get here. Yeah, I just want to move the script section at the top. I think like maybe I don't have Nuxt up to date, or like it's just like a different coding style I need to configure somewhere. But I think it's more common to have the script tag in Vue.js at the top of the file here. And so what we're gonna do inside this component, just gonna render a component from Vue. So like this will be like, this allows us to control what component, what HTML element we want to render. So I'm gonna say, for example, like it will be either the as prop that we're soon to define, or it's gonna be a section by default. So what we can do here, can go back here, and this one we're gonna use like define props. And we're gonna say, well, we use this little like TypeScript like a fish thing. I'm gonna provide it an object, I'm gonna add string like this, and say it's optional. It's like we say, like if we have an as value, then we use it to render a component. Otherwise, we use a section. We render a section like this. Then we're gonna render our slot, obviously, but we're also gonna like wrap our slot inside the div to add some more style to it. Then I'm getting the style. It's a container component. So what we mean, like we want it to have like a fixed max width and to have it centered on the page. So to do so, we're gonna work on the div first. So here we're gonna go like, first we want it centered. So the default way is to like use MX auto. Then I'm gonna like wasteful, then like max width 6 XL, like this. Then I'm gonna make it flex call, and item center to center everything inside our div. For the components here, we're gonna use it to provide the paddings to our bounded components. We're gonna go here and gonna like px4, py14. For the first items, for the first bounded components in the array, we're just gonna add like a bit less padding. So like first padding top 10, and this will allow us like for the first slice to have like a smaller padding. So we're gonna use like first pt10 and go like just make it important. So like the question mark, the exclamation mark that we put here is a new thing. Well, it's a new thing that we learn actually. It's just like a way to tell them like, well, like use this class, but actually like mark it as important. So this way we mark it like more important, like next just the py here. py10, then go like on desktop, gonna go like empty px6, then md py20, and lg, so like large, go like py24. And well, here we go for a bounded component. So yeah, like basically what we did here, just say like, yeah, like add some padding when we're on mobile, when we're on desktop, add more padding, when we're on really large desktop, add even more padding, except for the first element, which this one just want a fixed 10 padding, which is like 40 pixel. Here, like you might have like me, ESN that complains about like a component should be multi-word. Well, I agree with this rule in most cases. In that case, I think it's fine to have it so like to just like a single word. The reason of this rule is that HTML elements are always single words, like to avoid like conflicts, like when you create like a footer component, like this one, we created a footer because the footer element exists in HTML. But in this case here, like it's not really, well, like we know, I trust you, like I trust myself, like we know we're not gonna use HTML element. So what we can do here inside the ESN configuration, just add like a small rule to disable like this view rule, so like a view / multi-word components name, and this one I'm gonna turn it off. And without further ado, if I save that here and get back to my components, now happy, like it's not whining anymore about it being like single word. Cool. So we have our bounded component. getting back to our hero section, we can close, well, actually, let's close everything else. Getting back to our hero component, we can actually like replace this section here to use our bounded component instead. And what this does already, well, you maybe saw it, but like if I revert it here, you can see like it was before like this. And now as it's bounded, like it's like centered around the container like we wanted. Cool. Now we need to render our data to not be a JSON, but instead to look like this. So we have a lot of work, but let's get started with it. And as we know, like on the final website, we're gonna have like animations, like this little like header animation also here. So what we're gonna do when it's like this, gonna first work on just having it look like what it should look like without animation, and then we'll add animations like bit by bit on top of it. So, well, let's start by rendering our text. So once again, like we have multiple choices here, like we can like work with our text here, or we can like grab our text from size machine snippets. So getting back to size machine here, I have size simulator, and getting back to the slice modeling section here, I can also show snippets. And as you can see, I have a snippet for my heading, a snippet for my rich text, and so on and so on. So we're gonna copy like all of them one by one inside our slice. This way, like this gives us a head start in templating it. So I copy the heading, copy the body, then I copy the CTAs. Let me see, here we go. And finally, I copy the image. And so now if I save that, get back here, well, you can see we have already like it's starting to look a bit more like what we want to do. So, well, let's now work a bit on all of that. So first of all, like the heading. Here we're rendering with Prismic rich text, which is the Prismic component for rendering rich text fields inside Prismic. Because by default, like if we just render that, it's not like an HTML string, it's not nothing. It's a Prismic array of nodes of rich text. You can see like it's an array, then we have a type heading 1, then we have array text and eventually expands and stuff like that. Like some weird content we don't want to deal with ourselves. So instead we provide you with the Prismic rich text components that does all the heavy lifting for you. But in that case, we know it's an H1. We don't really want it to be rich text. So what we're gonna do, like we're just gonna use Prismic text to render that rich text field as plain text. And from here, we're gonna use like be able like to use some classes and like some props to be able like to render it further to what we really want. Because if I save it like this and I go and inspect my HTML, we can see I can disable the editor. If I inspect my HTML, here we go, you see just like rendering the plain text string here. So what we can first do is provide it with a wrapper prop. I'm gonna say, well, actually like wrap the content around an H1. And now it's wrapped around an H1 here. Moving on, we need to add some classes to it, of course. So we're gonna add some Tailwind classes. Gonna go with MX Auto. We don't need a text center. Thank you, Copilot, which is not helpful here. Go like max width 3XL. Gonna use like text balance property to wrap the text like in a convenient, like in a pleasing way. It's like using the, well, more or less like modern text CSS property, like his text wrap balance that allows us like to, yeah, like wrap the text, like don't leave like a little, like a lonely word at the end. Like if you want to wrap, like wrap multiple words if you need to. Then gonna go text 5XL to make the text really big. So like this will be like 48 pixel tall text. Gonna go like font medium to it like semi-bold, or not semi-bold, like medium actually. And yeah, like that's what we need. And so now we have like Hello Nuxter. And if you want to have like a more like a feel of like what the website will really mean at the end, what you can do, you can go on Figma, select the text, type Command C to grab the text, go to the mock editor here, and pass the text. And now you can see we have like a effortless motion built with precision, which is our text. Cool. One obvious issue that we can see here, like the text is not centered. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna wrap everything inside the div, because like all the content of our site will be text centered. So I'm gonna go wrap that div, and the div I'm gonna go class text center, and also make it relative for future things. So here we go, it's now centered. Cool, let's now work on the body. For the body, we're gonna do the same thing. We're not gonna render like rich text just yet. We're gonna render rich text at one point in the course, but for now, we're just gonna use simple text. And again, I gotta just like make some room. This one I was a wrapper, and I will wrap it with P. And here I'll also apply some classes. So I'll go like mx auto. Gonna go like mt6. Go like max width and medium. Can also use text balance. Like text gray 300. And without further ado, here we go. We have our text like showing in a more muted way at the bottom. Let's just disable that here so we see better. Cool. Then this example here is like white because it's our link actually. So let's render our link in a more like a fashionable way. So let me think. Yes. So what we're gonna do, we have a link here, and it's like using like it's repeating itself. We're gonna do that a bit differently. So I'm just gonna like align that at the line before, and so we're gonna grab all of that and just gonna repeat the component itself, because we don't want to repeat the wrapper for that. I'm just gonna wrap the links inside the div. So links will be like in display flex. I'm gonna wrap the flex if needs be. I'm gonna add like a gap of 8. And justify everything in the center like this. Then for the link here, well, it's like using like for v4 link inside CTA. We can rename it like to just CTA from, that's fine. And then we're just gonna add some classes to it. So I'm gonna class. And this one like we want it to be like a button link, like to be displayed as a button. So we can reuse our CSS class that we created for the header here, the button link class. We can grab it here and slap it there. We have button link. We're gonna add some margin top to the link. Well, I'm just gonna add some margin top to the div here. Margin top. And yeah, I think that's all. So we can save that. Why is it not happy? I think it's messing up something. I think it should be happy. Well, maybe we'll see. Okay, well, as soon as it looks happy to me. And finally, we have the image. So right now we're showing like that, bit like on the website. Again, we can like fine tune our mock to add like more content from the Figma. This is just mock content. It's not content in the CMS. It's just for us to develop. So you can write funny things here if you want to. You can write serious things. It's just to help for you like to better template and have like contextual data about what you're trying to template. Yeah, we have this muted mouse. Well, it's a bit big for my liking, so I think we're gonna just like replace it with let's pick like a rocket thing. Yeah, like this one looks cool to me. So we have a rocket here, cool. But now we're gonna need this rocket thing to look a bit more fancy like we do here. So what we can do for that, we can have our Prismic image. Once again, we're gonna like wrap it below like this. And so what do we need to do to that image? So first of all, well, actually I don't need to do all that. I just need like to round it. So rounded LG, and that's actually all we need to do. So we just apply a border radius on our image so that it looks like this. But then we need to have this thing that is so typical of websites like linear, like that we're trying to build here with Glide.ai. This little like glassy effect that we have around the image here. And so, well, let's see how we can do that. And once again, I like to do that by using, well, we could use a component and wrap our image component, but here it's just really like some visual CSS thing. And I like to do that once again using some CSS here. So I'm gonna wrap my image inside a div. So we have our div here. And so we're gonna have like a glass container class to it. So like a glass container like this. That's some margin on the top of it to like separate the image from the text. Right now it's like stuck to it. Just add some margin to it. I'm gonna wait fit to like fit the content. And then like, yeah, can keep it like this. And so we have that. And now we need to write our CSS class for the glassy background around it. So let's see how we can do that. This should be fairly quick. So we go to our main CSS here. Can write our glass container like this. And so this one, glass container, just apply relative to it. And then we're gonna use the glass container colon before. And this time, like just to show you another way to writing, like before we did all the pseudo elements in Tailwind, this one we're gonna do it like in Tailwind, but like just using the CSS before. Gonna go like content, just text, and then at apply. This one will be absolute. We're gonna use like a negative inset to have it like being like bigger than the actual element. So I'm gonna use like this time, like we could use like 10 like this. This will make like 40 pixel. But like we could use also like, you know, like 3 to make like 12 pixel. But what if we want it to be like a value in between? Like, I don't know what it is here exactly on Figma. I think it's all locked down. Yeah, you can see it's 10. The value is 10. Like, so like there's like, it has like, it should be like 10 pixel like wider than like the container. So how we can do that, instead like we have like 12. If I go 2, well, we have like 8. Like what if we want 10 pixel? In that case with Tailwind, we can do like square bracket, put 10 pixel, and this will slap like makes like the inset being like just 10 pixel like this. Then we're gonna like put it like behind our element. So like it said minus z10, gonna make rounded LG. Like this, we're gonna add a border. The border is gonna be gray 100/20. That's cool. Gonna add like a background to it. So background is gonna be like 200, and also this one is gonna make like this. I'm gonna make it like a bit like even more like less opacity. And then like if we save it like this, we're gonna have something that looks fine. This is not quite what we're after. Also, I think we have an issue here. Yeah, like it's a border, like also, yeah. Like the border here, I use LG like here, like it's LG, like it doesn't look like round, it looks like the same border. So to have it look like great, like we just need to use like the higher tier of border, and this one is XL. And now it looks like one round thing like this. Looks bad. I don't know, like let me change it to the previous value and you'll see the difference. Like this was before, this was after. It's subtle, but like just makes like the borders like even all the way around the border radius. And the one last trick we need to do to make this glass effect look great is like to blur thing behind it. So for now, it like it looks fine, like it's not here dead, but we can like blur things behind it by adding what I've seen like Copilot suggesting before. So like backdrop, blur, and medium. And this adds like a backdrop filter, which is like a fancy CSS property that basically like blurs things in the background of it and makes things look like if you're looking like through a glass with fog, basically. And so here we go, like we have our slides that starts to look like the real deal. And now we need to add like this little like splash of colors here and then animate it. So let's see about that now. And let's start with the little splash of colors. So getting back to my code here, like we've wrapped our image inside a glass container. And well, we need to do a bit more than that. Like what we'll do, we'll add the splash of colors. We'll like a div, which will be like this. And we'll add some, like we'll do a first splash of color. So I have this one, And well, I will like position it in absolute. And this one, I will position like at the top left of the element. So I'm gonna go with left 1/3 and top 0, like this. I'm gonna position it behind it also, so like -c -10, like this. Then I'm gonna set the 8 height, so I'm gonna 8 like gonna go like 2/3 and like width 2/3 like this. Gonna the background width, I'm gonna go BG sky 700. I'm gonna like do like over like just like with an opacity like this. And if I save that already, you should have like a square showing up somewhere. Hopefully. Well, we have no square. Maybe I messed up something. Okay, so we have like absolute left 1/3, top 0, -10, h width, big sky. Okay. Okay, indeed. We're not able to see it because it's actually like behind as the image. That's normal. Okay. So we have our background, and so well, we don't see it because it's behind the image and it's a square. So what we can do, we can like now like blur it. So we're gonna like blur it like a lot to have like this kind of like halo effect, like light effect. I don't know what you call that. And here we go. And now you can see we see like the blue light, like blue dim here that is showing up. And on so this is like a blur of 64 64 pixel. And on desktop, I'm gonna even like blur it even more. I'm gonna go blur and 120 pixel. Like this. And now we really see it. It's like really blurry, or like it's like we have a light behind our image. Next, we're gonna like a filter. We're gonna just add like a filter. It's like mix, and it's like the mix blend screen here. And so what this does, it just really like you can see it's subtle, but like basically it like helps like blurring the image like through the glass effect we have here, which helps like achieve this effect of like glass effect, like blurry effect, like glow inside it, which makes all the linear effect in my opinion. Like really this glassy effect, like it's like the small border, it's like realistic and like the attention to details that allows us to achieve that kind of look. So we have a first splash of color like this. We're gonna add a second one. And so this one, we're gonna put like left 0 and top 1/3 like this. Gonna keep the same width and 8. So background this time, we're gonna make it like teal 600 like this. And keep the same opacity and background. And what this does here, we have like the bluish halo of light here on the top and the greenish, tealish halo of light at the bottom here. Cool. Now we need to see how we can animate it and add the animations that we have on the home page here when we reload the page. So we have the text to enter, then the description, the icons here, and finally the image with the halo flat that like kind of like turn, as you can see. Yeah, you saw it here. Like here you'll see it. You can see it, we pop it afterward and then we make them turn. It's like, wow, like this is our product. So let's see how we can do that. To achieve this animation, I'm gonna use a tool that is not Glide.ai because this is a fake like technology. You're gonna use a very real technology called GSAP. Again, from our resource page, we see we have the GSAP doc here. So GSAP is a really powerful animation library for creating animations on websites. And it's quite the gold standard, like to animate things like in a really fancy way with a lot of control and with a lot of also like being mindful of accessibility and remaining performant on our website. So, well, let's first proceed by installing GSAP on our website. So I'm gonna go here inside my terminal, and I go like npm install GSAP. This will install the GSAP library on my website. And from here, I can go back to my component and, well, import GSAP from GSAP. GSAP from GSAP. Here we go. And so what we need to do now is like we need to tell like, well, when we mount our component, animate it, animate it like in a cool way. So to do so, I'm gonna call here and I'm gonna call the unmounted composable here. And well, to animate it, we're gonna use what's called a GSAP timeline. Timeline as like, if you're familiar with like editing software for videos and stuff like that, it's like basically like it's where you say like, yeah, like those are my clips and those are this one going before this one, so going after this one, and so on. And this is quite the same with GSAP timeline, just saying like, yeah, like we first animate the title, then we animate the description, but actually the description needs to overlap a bit the animation of the title, and so timelines allows us to do just that. So let's see how we can do that with GSAP. First of all, we're gonna create a timeline with GSAP. So we're gonna like TL GSAP.timeline. And we're just gonna add some defaults to a timeline. So you can configure the timeline to add defaults to it. And well, there's many defaults we can add, but we're gonna use the easing function. I'm gonna say like the defaulting function. We want it to be power to in and out. This is the way just like things are animated, like yeah, like just like add like the way like we animate things like between 2 points. So then we're gonna animate, well, let's first animate the heading. So I'm gonna like TL from to. So I'm gonna say, yeah, like I want the heading to go from this to that. And so what we can do, go like here, we're gonna select like the .hero _ heading element, which doesn't exist yet for sure, but we're gonna just add this class on the hero heading. And to do so, yeah, we'll just grab the class here, go to my Prismic text here, which was my heading, and that's the hero heading class here. And then I can define, I want to animate it from and to. So I want to animate it from scale 0.5, so just like scale it down, to scale 1. Then we can define its duration, and so duration we can like keep 1, or we can do like 1.4 in that case to just have a longer animation. And so if I go to my content here, and I can animate my hero, so just give it a refresh. Well, it's not working. I believe the reason for that is that Stress Simulator is maybe not happy with that. Let me think. Okay, no, I got it. It's actually like this scale and a small typo. So if I go with scale, you can see now it scales from a small value to like a bigger value. So, well, that's not everything we need. We can also like add like the opacity 1 and have it start with opacity 0. And so if I go here, you can see, yeah, it's like transparent, and then like it, like this, like it grows to something bigger. Here we go. So that's for the hero heading. Then we need to animate our body. So go like timeline from to, go like hero _ body. And so this one, we're gonna animate like from the bottom, like to, we're gonna like, we want it like to go up, basically. Like if we really go like to the final website and like we refresh it, it's like this one scales up, this one goes up, this one scales down, and this one goes up. So let's try to do that. So we have the hero body here. Again, we add the class to the text here. And what I will do, I will then go to scale here. I will say, well, in GSAP, like we don't have like, we have transforms, we have translate and so on. But what we can also just say like Y, which is a way to just say like, yeah, like move it up, like start it up like 20 pixels down and like move it up 20 pixels up. And then like we can also like go Y, something like that. y0. Here we go. Same like the duration, gonna go with 1.2. And so if I save that, we can see like, and get back to Site Simulator, well, I just give it a refresh. You can see scale down and then this scales up. But we also need it like to have its opacity turned in. So we're gonna like opacity 1, like this. And then here we're gonna go with opacity 0. And so if I wait and save that, I saved it here, you can see it's like starting to reassemble like the real one we had. So we can go back here. We have the hero body. Now let's do the button. So the button, we don't want it to scale up. We want it to scale down like it's falling on the screen. I can see like here, like it was big and now it's like the regular size. So it's quite similar to what we did for the heading here. So just copy this line here. Gonna go with like hero button. Well, buttons, we can just call it also like CTAs. Hero CTAs like this. Now grab our hero CTAs, get to my div here, slap the hero CTAs. And so we're gonna do like something like pretty much similar. Instead, just gonna scale from 1.5 to 1. And gonna same with the opacity and the duration. This time we can put like 3, 1.3. And so if I wait, save that here, you can see it's popping. Then the title, then the button. But you can see like it's animating like this sequential. Like first it's doing the title, then it's doing the description, and then it's doing the button. Because it's like you have to think of that like a timeline. Like first we do that, when this is done, we do that, when this is done, we do that. But we can actually like offset the timeline by adding another argument here, which is this like minus equal 0.6, for example, which basically tells GSAP, well, play that 0.6 seconds before this one is done. And I'm gonna do the same here. Like we're gonna add like minus 0.6, we're gonna like minus 0.8. And so what this does, like if I save it here, you can see like it's starting like to animate more like, it feels like a whole thing animating together and like not just like few elements, like distinct elements animating the one after the other. So we have our CTAs, and now we need to do the same for our image. So the image also like moving up. It's gonna copy the hero body one, can just copy like and name it this one hero image. Likewise, gonna slap it on the image here. And so we have our image. What we can do to the image, like this one, we're gonna move it like way further because like it's like a big element, so like it needs to move further like to have an impact on it. And then we do the same, like we move it here the same way and just add like a bit more delay to it like this. And so without further ado, here you can see like this, but you can see like well, actually I messed up a bit, like yeah, I only animated the image, not the class container. So what we're gonna do is just like move the hero image to the class container, so animate the whole thing as one. Here we go. And so I just saved it, and well, it's not picking it up. Let's just refresh it. Here we go. Like this. Cool. So, well, that's already starting animation. What's remaining is like the glow. Like right now, it's just like sitting around and like popping around something like everything else. So, well, let's fix that together. So we're just gonna add to both our glows. Like this is the top glow, this is the bottom glow. So we're gonna go like hero underscore glow class to it, and like hero glow here. And we're also gonna add like hero glow 1 and hero glow 2, so like we can like differentiate them, like animate them differently. Like this. Like now getting back to my GSAP timeline here, I can add the twilight like from timeline and from to for the hero glow. And so well, we're not gonna do that. we're gonna do scale them like from 0.5 to 1. Change the opacity from 0 to 1. And the duration will be like 1.8. And then we're gonna do like minus equal 1. And actually like we're gonna put plus like to delay a bit longer the image. And so without merge, if I save my work, you can see here, like the glow is popping after. And then finally what we need to do is like to work with the glow, like to make it like go around, like we're like highlighting this mouse image here. So to do so, I'm gonna continue working with our timeline. So what we can do is like actually, we don't want that to be part of our timeline. We want the glow animation, like the cycling around the image, to be constant. In that case, we're not gonna write to the time. We're not gonna work with the timeline. Just gonna work with GSAP. I'm gonna go like 2. I'm gonna select like dot hero glow 1, and then I'm gonna provide like information to it to say like how we want to animate that during its whole life. First, we're gonna use like a easing. So I'm gonna use the same easing as above. So I'm gonna like power 2 in out. Then I'm gonna say like, well, repeat that animation indefinitely. So we're gonna repeat -1. And also like disable any kind of repeat delay on it. Like no repeat delay, like repeat it constantly. And then we're gonna like the keyframes. I'm gonna say like, yeah, it's like a CSS animation, basically, but like in JavaScript and control with more control. And so for the keyframes, I'm gonna like first top, gonna go like with 0%. Then left, I'm gonna go like 33%. And duration 0. And then I'm gonna copy those lines. So I'm gonna go like top 33, left 33, gonna say duration 2 seconds. Gonna go like top 33, left 0, duration 3, and then top 0%, left 0%. So we're almost done like doing the full turn. Gonna go 2 seconds, and then last one 3 seconds, like we'll get back to our starting state with 0 and like 33%. And so if I save that and have a look at my animation here, you can see our image is popping, and then we should see, you can see like the blue one that is starting like to animate around. You can see like it's moving slowly. And so let's do the same for the green one. Let's say copy all of that, go like with 2. And so we got the same like power 2 in and in out. I repeat indefinitely, no delay. And so this one just changing like the position it is. We go like 33, 0. Then we go like still 0, 0. Then we go 0, 33, then 33, 33, and then the same state as the first one, 33, 0. Like this. So if I save that now and get back to my animation, check it out, you can see we have this turning and the other one turning, and so they are happy, they're cycling together now. So that's cool. But what about people that like don't want animation? So like what we can do here, we can like go in the Chrome console and like disable prefer reduce motion. So we're gonna emulate prefer reduce motion radius. And so for people that are sensitive to animation, because like we have like epileptic people, like people like are like feeling dizzy with animation, stuff like that. What we can do for accessibility is like disable animation for those. Right now, like I'm emulating people that like prefer no animation. And so if I give a refresh to my content, you can see like we still have the animation. So what we can do instead, we can disable it for those people. And to do so, it's quite simple. I can just go at the top of our unmounted hook. I'll go like const prefers radius motion. It's equal like window dot watch media prefer radius motion dot matches. Why is it not happy? Match media. Match media like this. So window.matchMedia, then this is a media query we can pull, and like this will tell us if like the window matches this media query. And then based on that, what you can do, you're gonna go if prefers reduce motion, we can just return, I believe. And so if I save my content and I give it a refresh, you can see now we don't have any transition applied. But if I prefer reduce motion, do not terminate this as prefer reduce motion, and I give it a refresh, now I have an animation. So we're respecting the preference of users regarding transitions and like animations, which is great for accessibility. So, well, we're making really great progress on this error. The last thing we're missing is like the little like grid pattern. You have like the little like dot here that animates like this like wavy effect when we enter the page. So, well, let's move on and see how we can do that together. Okay, to achieve this pattern animation, well, we're gonna need a component for that. We're not gonna write everything inside this pool like a hero slice component. I'm gonna need a dedicated component, and so we're gonna go inside Glide, and I will create a grid component. Or grid.view. Well, it created .view.view, so just go with view. Yes, thank you. Well, next already picked up, so I don't think we need that. And so once again, I'm gonna go like this, script at the top. And so, well, what we'll do here, we'll render our grid and animate it. So first, let's render our grid. So what we're gonna do for that, like first, well, I'm gonna just define our grid. So I'm saying like we go, and I need like a 14 triangle grid by like 30 grid. And then what we need to do here is like write the SVG corresponding to that grid so that we can animate it and have control over it. So to do so, I'm just gonna write like transfer that to an SVG element. I'm gonna write like some elements to it. I'm gonna go like ID, like we're gonna call it like glide grid. Then I'm gonna like we can like if we want like the XLNS, like the SVG workspace, well, which is like this. It doesn't have like a lot of impact these days, like it's just like legacy things. We don't want to fill the SVG at all. We want it to have like a view box. So like the view box in SVG is basically like SVG is like we're like saying like we're defining like a vectorial image, and the view box like basically we want to say like yeah like this SVG is actually like yeah like it's like defining shapes within like a rectangle that is like 935 pixel wide and like 425 pixels tall, and it can be like offset, like we can say like -100, like -100, 0, for example, because just like SVG, like we can draw anything we want within the SVG, like anywhere we want within like the SVG board. We can say like yeah like just render what's framed under like those coordinate. So we go with that. We want to position it absolutely and go like minus left 2 minus top 14 and minus z10. This is all we want to position the element relatively to its parent element. And yeah, I think we just want like a style which will be like a mask to like, I think like it's quite subtle. You can see like here, like we have a mask that is like, first of all, like those are like really like fully opaque, and those are like less opacity. So that's what we're gonna do with the mask. Start like mask image, go like linear gradient. And so we want to start with black at the top. And well, I'm gonna start with black at the bottom and go to transparent at the top, which will basically like make the elements on that SVG like less and less, with less and less opacity as long as we go like down the image. Well, for all it's all blurry, like we'll see, it makes sense later on. And then yeah, like we'll have a SVG content, which is just like at the G for now. And G basically are like the equivalent of like divs in SVG, just like a group of things. let's add the things here, save it. And so we have our grid. And so we can go back to our components here and append our glide grid. Like this. And well, if we save that and go back to the slice simulator, well, we don't see, well, we see it's like display at the top because I think we forgot something. And yes, I forgot something, like I made like a really fun typo. It's like not episode, it's like class. So if I save that and get back here, you can see like we're back to normal. Cool. So let's now display our triangles. So here I define the grid and we say like we want like a grid of like 14 rows and like 30 columns. So, well, let's work on that grid. So we're gonna use like our group in SVG here. Gonna go like class. Gonna go use like glide grid group like this. And then we need to render triangle, like some shapes like along our grid like pattern. But to do so, we're gonna use like two loop in Vue.js. And so we're gonna first loop like over template. Go like template like this. I'm gonna like v4. I'm gonna go for e in grid 0. So this will define like each of the rows we want to have. And so I'm just gonna like key that with e. And then we're gonna have the path for each of our SVG elements. Gonna go like with path like this. Here we go. And so this one will go like so v4 e in grid of 1. We're gonna key it on j. Gonna fill this one with current color. Gonna tweak the opacity. So we're in SVG, so like we can like use the opacity property to tweak its opacity. Gonna add a class that we'll use later on to animate it called glide grid item, like this. And then we need to add the path. So in SVG, like we are defining SVG, a group was just like a div, it doesn't render anything. But the path in SVG like renders a vector path here, and we need the value for this path. So how can we do it? Like we can render a triangle, we can render whatever, like a circle and anything. So to render a path, what we can do, we can just grab an SVG path. We can grab the SVG path of our glider here, which is what is used for this little animation. If we go on the website here, we're rendering our glider here, which we see much better when I reload. I can see like it's like a glider shape, the shape of our logo. And so if you go on the SVG path, you zoom a bit on the logo, and you zoom even more here. You can think it's really tiny because it has to be tiny. We have our little grid. And what we can do, we can just go on it, grab the vector element, and then go right-click, copy as SVG. So this copies the SVG for me. Getting back to my code here, we can see we have the SVG for it. And what we're interested in grabbing here is our path, like this. And so I grab the path, I pass it here, I save it. And now getting back to my site, like here. Well, where is it? We don't see it. So the reason that we don't see it is that it's actually like we're rendering it using absolute coordinates in SVG here. So I know that because in SVG, like you define absolute coordinates in a path using like uppercase letters like this. And we're also like all render, and because it's absolute, like we're also rendering all of that at the very same location each time. So what we need to do first, like say like here, like, well, render it at different location based on where we are in the grid. And so those two elements, like the M here and like and up until like the L element, those two are like where we start to draw the thing. And then those are like absolute coordinate on where we want to render it. So what we can do here is like first like here, like tell like, well, like render it as at like a position that depends on like my I and my J value. So I'm gonna put that in backticks, make that like a colon, like a vbind value. And so here I'm gonna go M, and so I'm gonna render that at J minus 1 times 32 to space them 4 by 32 pixel plus 5, which is just like to add some offset when you're at the border of the SVG. Then I'm gonna do the same here for the other value. Gonna go with I minus 1 times 32 plus 10 to add more padding. So if I save that, we now have these funny things here, which looks interesting, but it's not what we're after. Indeed, and that's because, again, like we're using absolute values here. If I were to pass my SVG again, like this is the path we're dealing with. And so, well, thank you, Copilot. That's not what I want. So yeah, like this is absolute. So we need to convert it to relative value. And really what I mean here is like when I mean absolute value, we're saying like, well, if you look at the SVG here, and like let's say like this is our view box, we're saying, all right, this point's like 3 down, 0 on the left. This one is like 0 down, like 5 on the left. But actually, like this is like talking like absolutely, like yeah, like absolutely, like this point's like on it's on x5, y0. But relatively to this point, which is what we want in that case, this point is actually like still like x5, but y3, because like we go 3 up. And this one relatively to this one is like moving down and so on. So we need to convert this absolute path to a relative path. And to do so, again, on the course resources, we have this SVG tool convert path here, created by Lea Vero, which is like some CSS geek. It is like free experience, and like you should read her blog if you didn't know her. And she created this little tool here that allows us like to pass in a path and gives us either a relative path, which is what we want, or the absolute path, which is the same as what we had before. So we can just grab the relative path here, and this will allow us to work our path here to what we want. So here we were fine with like the first 2 M values that we defined here. We just need everything starting from the L value here. Just gonna copy paste that and paste it here. And now if I save and get back to my simulator, we can see we now have a grid. So just to show you like before, after, this was before using absolute values, and this was after using relative values. And well, it looks like what we want. Cool. So that's for the templating part. Now, how do we go about animating that? So once again, we're gonna use GSAP. So I'm gonna like import GSAP from GSAP. I'm gonna use like the same unmounted hook that we had here, but with different animations. So I'm gonna grab everything we had here with the accessibility resource here, like to skip it when we don't want animations. And so here, from here, we're gonna be able like to code our little animation. So first of all, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go like GSAP.set, and I'm gonna go like Glide grid item, and I'm gonna first like reduce the opacity, change the transform origin to the center, and the color gonna make it white, and it will go from white to this little like more muted color here. So this allows us to set with GSAP the starting point of our animation. Then what we now also need to do is like also do like a GSAP.set, this time on the glide grid item, like this. Well, I actually just did like grid item, my bad, sorry. So this time I'm just gonna like add on the glide grid, which is our like idea. And so for the glide grid, well, just gonna set like opacity 1. Cool. So that's the starting point of our animation. Then we're gonna also like define a timeline to say like, hey, like how do we want to animate? So I'm gonna like GSAP timeline. We don't need a default this time. I'm just gonna use like the real defaults from GSAP, and we'll use this timeline to animate our animation. So first gonna like TL.to, also like dot glide grid item. And then we have some options that we need to define. But really what we need to define here is our keyframes. So use keyframes. And here, like the first starting point, I'm gonna go like opacity 0, duration 0, like this. Then we're gonna use like opacity 0.4. And this time we'll have more properties here. So we're gonna say like, yeah, we start, everything is hidden. Then we add some opacity. We add like a rotation to every item in the grid. So grid item is like every one of our triangle. So do some rotation to it. So I'm gonna go like here, like go like plus equal 180. And this is where GSAP is really handy because like we can just add rotation to things. Like we don't need to keep track of where the rotation is starting. GSAP can keep track of it for us, so we can just work from here. Then we had like change the color also. So we're gonna go like color, like we went from white and we're gonna go to like 028 4C7, which is like the sky value we're using on our website from Tailwind. Then we're gonna go like scale, like scale frame, like I'll scale them up because like right now they are really tiny. And we're gonna add a duration of 0.6. Like this. And then, well, if I say that like this, we can see like we're gonna be like, yeah, like everything's animate once and like add one, which is not what we want. We want it like to be like, yeah, it's interesting, like it's not what we want. So what we want instead, I want it to be animated in like some kind of wavy pattern like we have here. And so how can we animate it with a wavy pattern here? Well, we can do so using something really powerful from GSAP, which is called like stager. Basically, GSAP is able to just say, like, yeah, like you have like a lot of items, like grid items, and well, like we can actually stager. So we're gonna stager them like 2 by 2. I can say like it's a grid, and gonna provide it like the grid that we defined above. So like it knows that, yeah, it's like a 14 by 30 grid. So like I know to create a staging animation for it. And then I'll go like from the center of the grid. And so if I save that and I go back here and like now I save it, you can see like now we're starting like to animate. Like it's animating out, so like the wave is spreading, but now we need the wave like to unspread, so to say. So we can copy all of that, and now we're gonna work on unspreading the waves. So I'm gonna go like 0.2. Gonna also like rotate them like plus 180, like get back to white. Like the scale, gonna go back to the regular scale. Duration gonna keep the same, and the amount is gonna be like bump up a bit the amount here to have like more things like the wave catching up basically from behind. We're gonna keep the same grid, and now if I save that here, gonna see I forgot something. No, I didn't. You can see like the wave is like following. Cool. So if I refresh that, we have something that is getting really close to the animation that we have on our real website. The only thing like we need to tweak a few things. And so, well, the thing is like right now, like animation is done, like it won't start again. So we need to loop the animation. And to do so, well, it's quite easy. Like we have the first, like this is the entrance animation. Then we just need to loop those two values. So what we can do, just create that. And so this will be the entrance. And this will be the loop. And so for the loop, this one, we can say like before the keyframes, just add a delay of 12 seconds. Gonna repeat it indefinitely. Gonna like a repeat delay of 12. So like we just like, we don't like spam it, like we just like add it like now and then, like we let the thing like spread out again, just for a bit more like mesmerizing experience. And then we just remove the first keyframe. And so, well, just for the sake of it, like the first one is like pretty quick. I'm just gonna like wait for 6 and like wait for 6 and just like really like speeding up. Now, if I save that, you can see we have the entrance animation here. And then right after, we should have the animation that starts again. If we wait for a bit, here we go, it's starting again. Like it's looping itself. But like it was a bit faster, so I'm just gonna like make it like a bit slower. So like just like, yeah, like just now and then, but like not every time, because it's quite a big animation we have on our website. But yeah, without further ado, like here we go, like we're done building the hero slice of our website. Congrats about that. And so, well, let's just like celebrate that, getting back to our code. And I'd say like fit and like, well, just like add hero slice like this and commit it to our like Git repository, which is not yet committed, linked to GitHub. We're gonna do that later on in the tutorial, but like still like we're saving our work in a Git repository locally that we know like we cannot lose anything. So yeah, like that was our first slice built together. And well, before we move on to building other slices, like what we're just gonna do is like push the slice to Prismic and actually see how we can use it on our website so we can get some kind of feeling of what the page builder looks like inside Prismic. So let's get to that. So first, let's get back to Slice Machine. From here, we can just head to the Change tab and push our slice to Prismic. But before that, it would be nice to provide it with a thumbnail of our slice, which would allow Prismic to see, yeah, like this is a slice you're about to add to this page. To do so, you can just click Update Slice Screenshot. And well, we have multiple ways to add a screenshot. The first one, like maybe the most easy way, is just to go to Figma. You can just drag select our hero component here and hit Command-Shift-C to take a screenshot of that slice in Figma. So it's like copy as PNG. I can go back to Slice Machine here and pass Command-V to add the image. If you struggle to do that with Figma, or you actually don't want to bother with it, you can either skip this step, or you can also like just select a file here, go to your Glide site asset folder, and then go to slices. And here you have a screenshot of all slices that I already made for you to add. So you can also add the hero this way here. And now we have a screenshot for our hero. So now that we have that, before we push it to Prismic, like here we're just pushing our slice to Prismic, like we won't have access to it just yet. Indeed, we need to do one important thing to allow it to be added to our page type here. So I go to my page types, to pages here, and then here inside slices, I can say, well, I have access to the default rich text slice, but actually, well, let's add an existing slice that's at the hero slice too. And so I can go back here, you can see now I have my slice and I've modified my hero here, and I can click push to push all of that to Prismic. Great. From here, I can get back to the page builder. We can stay on our home document. We just need to refresh it for Prismic to pick up these changes. And now, if I click the little plus button here, we can see we have our new hero slice available here. Like it wasn't, yeah, it was loading the image. Here we have it. And so we're able to add it here. And slice it, like we can have our hero page here. Cool. So what we can do, we can add some content to it. But one thing that would be extra nice, just to get a preview of our slice. And we can do that quite easily by just clicking Get Live Preview, Get Live Editing. And now we need to put the URL of our website. And for us, for now, it's just localhost. We'll be able to put the production URL of our website later on, but let's just put localhost. And it already picked up my slice simulator. You can click Save. And now you'll be able to see our slices. So this is like the text one that is showing here that we didn't like work on, like it's quite broken for now. But we have our hero slice. And what you can do, we can just like get rid of the rich text slice here and add some content for our hero page. So we have the home page, which is called home, and then we have like the heading here for our slice. So just call this one. I'm taking like content from Figma by copy pasting it, just add like effortless motion built with precision. Then I add like some content for like the body here. Then I can add a CTR, so I'm going like download. No, and you can see as I'm typing, like the little preview here is updating itself, which is pretty cool. And so I'll just link that to a page called another page. Just need one. And then I will select an image. And I won't add like my image from before, just like upload another image from the assets you can download. And inside Prismic, I just download the dashboard image. And so, I just add like a quick alt text to the image, which will be the dashboard for Glide.ai. I can have it here. And now, once the image is added, like the preview should refresh itself, but sometimes like a bit like lazy like this, so it's fine. Anyway, what we can do now, we can hit save, click publish, we publish it to Prismic. And if we get back to our site here and give it a refresh, we should get our whole experience showing up here. Cool. So yeah, like that's the first slice that we did the whole loop. We created the model for it together. We then templated it a lot within the slice simulator. We added like a lot of animations to it. Then we pushed it to Prismic, attached it to the page document, and we're able like to compose a page with it like this. Isn't that cool? Okay, so that was our first slice together. We still have quite some slice to work on together from the Figma here. And so, well, the next one will be the Bento grid slice. So let's get on to working on that one. But just before, I just noticed something a bit nasty that I'd like to fix before we move on. So if we refresh the page here, you're gonna see we have an overflow here. It's quite unwanted and nasty. So the way to fix that is actually quite simple. Here, we're just gonna move the hero CTAs class on the hero slice down to the link itself, like this. So we can drop the S here, and we can also drop the S in the GSAP code here. And without much, if we save that code and get back to our page, we can see we don't have any overflow anymore, even if I refresh the page. So that's great. Also, just one quick thing, like our header size here is maybe a tad too small on desktop, so we're just gonna crank it up. So to do so again, I just go to my hero size code. I go under Prismic text here, and I just say, well, we're fine with this size on mobile, but like on desktop, we're gonna go text 7XL like this. And so if I save, now we have a more like a catchy and like in your face kind of title, which works better in desktop. Moving on for real this time, the next slice we're gonna work on is this Bento slice here. So Bento size, like because we have a small like square like rectangle shape here that like encapsulate themselves in a bigger rectangle, just like a Bento box. So, well, as with every slice, let's start by creating this slice in Slice Machine and see how we can approach modeling that kind of slices. So I'm getting back to Slice Machine here. So it was loading. Here we go. So I will add back to slices and I will create a new slice. This time I will call it Bento like this. And so again here we can have a look at our design on Figma and think about what are the fields we want to add here. So like with the hero, we'll have a title here, like a heading, rich text. Then we'll have some kind of description, which will be the body. And then we need to figure out a way to have some kind of instance of something with like a title, a description, and an image that we can repeat over to create this Bento box. And we also need to think about a way of also allowing like to say, okay, like this is a small box, this is a bigger box, and so on. So let's see how we can represent that in Slice Machine for Prismic and content writers to be able to create this kind of slices in this CMS. So here I was in my menu, we created Bento slice, and again, I can click add field to start adding field. Gonna start really basic with just a rich text, which we'll call heading. I'll unselect all, allow only one paragraph because it's a heading, I just want one line. And I will go with H2, and I will also allow italic. You'll see why later on, but yeah, it will keep it like this. Then we'll add also another rich text, which will go for body, and like the previous one for 0, we only allow paragraphs, body, and italic. Then when it comes to the Bento boxes we have here, what we'll do, we'll use a group which is a new field that we haven't used so far. So if we scroll down here, we have the repeated group set of fields, which we will call Bento. And inside this group, we can add fields that we'll be able to repeat within Prismic. So I will add a first field, which is a rich text, and we'll call this one title. I will unselect all and just pick H3 and add one paragraph. Then I will add another field, which will be body. I'll unselect all, only paragraph, bold, and italic. And then I will finally add an image like this. So image, don't need any constraints here, we're good with that. And well, we're almost there. What we're missing is a way of saying, well, like this one is like a narrow box, this one's a wide box. And to do so, well, one way we can do it is just add a Boolean field, which we will call isWide with a question mark. And we'll just edit the ID here, just say like isWide for my code, that will be better. And then we'll keep like false and true, we're good with that. And this will allow us to control whether an item in the beta box is wide or not. So, well, without much, I think we're done with our modeling. So let's jump to actually doing the templating of this bento box together. So first of all, we're gonna open our slice in the simulator. So it's a simulator for the hero slice. We can close it and we can simulate our new slice in the simulator. For now, we see it's an empty slice with just the default placeholder content. And on the side, we still have the editor with text that we'll be able to input together later on to add more boxes to embed together. Inside the code, we now have a new Bento folder. It was created by Slice Machine. And inside it, we have our index component here with the default content. So first of all, what I'd like to do is to also, again, use Slice Machine to leverage the code snippets and be able to just copy paste them inside our code to give us a head start on what we're trying to build. So let's just arrange this like this. And I will grab every snippet and put them inside my content here. Gonna put headings, the body. Then we take the Bento group we created. Let's fix a bit indentation quickly. And then I'm gonna take every items here snippets, but we don't forget to put them inside the for loop, otherwise item doesn't exist. So you can put here the title, then the body, and then the image. We don't need to take the item isWide, we'll make use of it in the code later on. No need for a snippet for that. So we can remove that, we can get back to full screen and get our code back to full screen. And here it's not happy because we're missing a key on our for loop, which is normal. So we just add a key quickly and go with item.title like this. And now if I were to save that, get back to my Bento simulator here, we can see we have some content displaying now as expected, which is still quite bare bone because we didn't add any style to it. So first thing we can do quickly is change the section here to use our bounded component, which is our container-like component, and already it's starting to look much better. And now, well, let's start to actually style every one of those components, starting with our heading here. So if we look at our Figma here, we have this thing displayed like this. We have the new and Glide standard with a fancy gradient going on into in a blue shade. And so, well, let's just grab the text of that and put it here. And so, well, now we allowed italic, remember, earlier on. And so if I put that in italic, well, now it's displayed in italic, which is the emphasis of this text. But in our case, we want the emphasis to be something different than italic. We want it to be this cool gradient here. So to do so, we have a way to do it using Prismic rich text here, using the components prop. So the components prop is actually really powerful because it allows you to target any kind of node we have inside our rich text field and to render it differently using a view component. So we can already target the EM node and we'll provide it with a component that we'll write just right now to be able to render the emphasize differently than italic. And well, this might look a bit overkill just for changing some style on an italic tag, but this is really great because it gives you a lot of control over how you want to render your rich text. If you want, for example, to have a rich text field that provides some code snippets, you can then like run all this syntax highlighting logic inside it to be able to render it in a fancy way for developers. But really, like the word your oyster on that, like you can do a lot of things. So let's do that as an example for the emphasize element here. So just create a new folder, and we'll name it this folder rich text. And inside it, we'll create a new component, which we'll call glide text, but not .view, just glide text. And this will create a glide text component for me. And so what we can do here, we can render an emphasize element. We can render our strut. And from here, we can put style in it. So what we can do, we can just like, for now, just like go like a text blue 300. I will save that. And now if I go back to my Bento box, and like here, I call my rich text glide text component, I can save it. And now you can see my text is displayed in blue. So, well, let's actually do the real styling for our component here, which should be some kind of teal to sky gradient on the text. So I will go to my glide text here, and what I will do, I will say, well, first of all, with Tailwind, we can do a background. So like BG gradient to bottom. We say that the gradient go from a color, so we go from teal 400 to another color to sky 400. And then, well, if I just save that, gonna see like a gradient is displayed over the text, which is not what we want. So we want it to be inside the text, and to do that, we have another class which is bg clip text, which makes the text the background like bonded to the text. And then what we just need to do is to render our text transparent, so that the only see the background is behind it. And we want our text not to be italic anymore, so just say the not italic class, which disables the italic behavior on it. Next up, we have our h2 tag. So for our h2 tag, we have multiple choices. Either we can create also another element to say, well, this is the way I want to render h2 tags, or we can also slap classes on our rich text. But just for sake of learning, we'll also do create another like heading to component here. So I will go back inside my components rich text folder, then create another component, which I will call heading to. And so we have an heading to component here. I can remove everything, just add back this slot here. And here I will say, well, I want still to render that in an H2, but then I will add some classes to it. Also like a max width to it. So go with 3 XL, which is about like 700 pixel. Then also like gonna text balance. We're gonna center the text. And we're gonna also like make the text bigger. So we go like with 5 XL on mobile, and on desktop, we're gonna go with 7 XL. So text 7 XL, and yeah, we can keep the font medium. So if I save that now, I can go back here. I will say here I want my rich text heading to. I can save, and now we can see we have our big text here. So what we can just do here is just add a full stop, like to get back to the, not a full stop, but just a line break to get back to the line. And now we have something that looks quite like what we have on Figma. Cool. Let's now move on to doing the body section here. So this one will be much simpler. So what we can do here, we have our rich text that is displayed, and we just want to add some classes to it. In that case, if we look at the HTML here, we can see we have our P element that is displayed. And so, well, but we can't like add classes on the P element unless we create another component for it. So what we can just do also, we can here just add classes to our rich text, but first we'll need to actually wrap that rich text in something. So I'm gonna add a wrapper. I'm gonna wrap it in a div like we did before. And then I will add some classes. which will be MX Auto. Then we're gonna add some margin top to like put it away from the heading on top of it. Margin top 6. Can also add a max width MD for like a narrower max width. Can also text balance. Can I go with text center and text gray 300. And without merge, if I were to save that, we can now see we have our text displayed here as the way we want it. Now we gotta move to the Bento boxes. So by default, Style Machine gave us the Bento boxes as display them like through a view template, which just like display them without a wrapper. But in our case, we want a wrapper because we want to style it and have some things around it. So first of all, we're just gonna wrap all Bento boxes in a div, which will contain them. And then each Bento boxes, which will be its own HTML article, like this. So now like the key, it's not happy because, well, it wants the key to be a property key, but like we're giving it like just a title field from Prismic, which is some kind of array of object, which is not really a string. So what we can do here, we can just say, oh, well, actually like just transform the title to its plain text equivalent. And to do so, we provide you with an helper from Prismic, which is called as text, which takes a rich text field, like we have here. This is a rich text field, a title field in that case, and just split out the plain text equivalent of it, that is to say a string. And to access this helper, you don't need to import anything. You can just do $prismic dot as text, and you can see you have plenty of other helpers. So you can just go as text like this, and now it's happy. Cool. Then here we have the title. So the title, we won't use rich text here. Just gonna use like plain Prismic rich text, and we're gonna say, well, wrap it in an H3. And then like we'll wrap it in an H3, we'll call with that. We'll add a class to make it a bit bigger because it's a title, call like with 2XL. Then we have the rich text here. So the rich text will like make its width like constraints, call like max width medium. We'll also balance the text and put the text gray also like we did above. And finally, the image here, we're defining the image. I'm gonna add a max width to it. Like just say like, well, not max width, sorry, max 8. It's like we want the 8 of the image in the Bento box to be like all the same, pretty much. So like we just want to like a max 8, so like we don't have a tool box. I'm gonna like max 8. And we're gonna go with 36 pixel, not pixel, but like it's 144 pixel, like 36 units. And the width, I want it to remain auto. And so if I save that, get back to my code here, can see, well, it's looking like a bit better, but we're not quite there yet. Also, yeah, as you can see, our render Prismic Rich, and we added some class here. But this actually created an issue because now like view is complaining like extraneous non-profs were passed to components that could not automatically inherited because it doesn't, well, long story short, when you render rich text by default, it's not wrapped. And that's why we created a div here. We added a wrapper. So here we also need to add a wrapper to be able to add class to it. So we're gonna also wrap all of that inside a div like this. And now it's rendered as expected. But if we don't want that div, we can always refactor it and just provide components like we did here to define like, oh, we want to render the p element. The thing is here, like we might have multiple p elements. And so that's why we just want to wrap all the content of that rich text inside the div and add some classes to all of it as a whole. So that works fine for us here. Next, we need to create some a box. For now, it's like displayed here. Well, so this will need to happen in the article because this is where we have our boxes. So first we're gonna like refactor a bit that code to look a bit better like this. And now we're gonna add some class. First of all, we need to add our glass container class, which is a class we created earlier on for hero component, and that is available here, so glass container. And without merge, if I already saved that here, we now see we have something that starts to look like our glass container that we have on our hero, but we still have some things to do here. So we have a glass container, and then we need to display that as a grid. Then we have like grid rows to say like we want 2 rows of grid. And when there's just a gap between each element, I'm gonna round the elements inside them. So I'm gonna round LG. I'm gonna go with background, gray, 950 over 60. So like we're like a really dark background, but with a 60 opacity. Then we add some padding to it. So I'm gonna like padding 4, like this. And well, let's keep it like this for now and see how it looks like. So you can see, well, now looks like a bit more what we needed. Well, there are some issues. Like first of all, like our text is like overlapping with our boxes. So that's because we actually like need to work a bit on the container contents of the boxes here. Gonna with a class, gonna add some margin top to it. Margin top 6, so like that's 64 pixels. Gonna display all our boxes as a grid. We want it max width to be 4 pixels. Gonna display that as a grid, but like with rows. And we want it to be like 3 rows. So we're gonna go with auto, auto, auto. And this is a way you can like define with Tailwind like a grid template rows with auto, 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 which is like 3 column grids. Then we add like a gap between each boxes, so gap 8. Go like in medium format, we're gonna select the grid calls is just 3. And then we're gonna like a medium gap 10, so like to make the gap bigger on desktop. So if I save that and look here, you can see we have a first box looking here. And now, well, I think this is a point where we'll need to actually start adding content that looks a bit more what we have on Figma so that we see what we're working with. So I will proceed to copy pasting a bit of content that we have here inside it. So I'll go like pick the first one here. So go like design principle, pick the text here. I will like change my image to pick like something like a rocket again. Like this one, then we'll like another one. Go like benchmark with AI. So this is like our second bento box, and we will want this one to be wide. So I'll tick the wide here. I'll also select an image. I'll go with rocket. I'll pick the second one. Then I will have a third one. So picking the content from the third one, like this, like this. I can select an image. I'll pick another rocket. I will keep this one short. Actually, this one is wide also. As you can see here, the third one is also wide. And then the last item, so pick some content, select an image, pick another rocket. Like this. So now we have our boxes, but they don't not displayed wide. And also, if we're happy like with those mocks that we created here and you want to keep reusing them when you refresh the page, we can click Save Mock Content here. It's saved, and now if we refresh this slide simulator, all our content is back and we can keep working on it, which is great. So we now like get rid of the editor part here and now work a bit more on our content here. So we had our wrapper, we're cool with that. And now we need to do something when the box is wide or not. So we'll define a class. I'll say like box. No, it's not box, sorry, it's like item that is wide. So if it's wide, can I go like md call span 2? If it's not, go like md call span 1. Like this. And now, well, we have an issue because like everything is wide apparently. Okay, so I think here, yeah, we tick this wide here, so we can untick it, save our mock content. You can see how something that starts to look like our bento box here. So there are a few things that we need to fix. First of all, what we can do like here, we can do like width full, which will do stretch the image, but we don't want them to be stretched. So we can do like a object cover, which will like stretch the image out correctly so that it's not like looking weird. Then what we can do, just like to tweak a bit our design boxes here, because they don't really look like they look a bit flat. And so, well, what we can do for that, we can just like tweak the B4 of our glass container. So we want to go B4, like BG gray 100/10. And what else? I think it's good like this. And it looks a bit better already. And what else we can do? So the last thing we can do is actually convert this grid rows here into a subgrid. And what we're gonna also do, like, because if we do that, now it looks a bit mashed together. So we're just gonna add like a row span 3 like this. And now I'd say like here, like we know we have, okay, my bad. Yeah, I added that to the wrong line, yeah. So row span 3 here on our article, and now it looks all right. And the reason we're doing that is that because like prior to that, so when we didn't have that, like right now you can see like all the images are aligned correctly, but before like it's aligned incorrectly, like it's not like visual pleasant, like this one is like misaligned, this one is misaligned. And thanks to making it a grid template for like a subgrid and say like, yeah, like we want like 1, 2, 3 elements inside it, you can save it, and now it looks like much like more like tidy and like neatly wrapped. So, well, I think that's all that we have to do for this slice really. It's looking nice here. And so, well, like when we're done with our slice, what we can do again is like get back to Size Machine, can make a screenshot for our slice here. So I'm gonna like update screenshot. So again, I can grab it from Figma here by selecting the artboard and like just doing like Command-Shift-C, which is copying it as PNG. Or you can also select it and grab it from the Glide assets here inside the slices and grab the Bento one. Once we're done adding that, we can just review our changes, push our changes to Prismic so that they will be made available to content writers. Actually, well, here we just push the slice. So that's a great reminder for us to get to the page types here and say also, well, actually, like we want the Bento box to be part of the slices you can create on a page. So we add it here. We can once again push to Prismic. And also, once it's pushing to Prismic here, we can also just make that slice, like save all our work for our slice here with GitHub. So like, I'll just say like add Bento slice here. I'll create my commit. And well, I guess we are off to the next slice. But really, what I wanted to show with this slice is being like able to work with groups and what it looks like inside the modeling of Size Machine. And also, we also learned about how to template rich text fields a bit more in a fancy way with this glide emphasis here. So we're gonna move to the next slice, which is the glide workflow here slice, which is called showcase slice. And you can see we have like 2 versions of this slice. So well, let's see how we can approach that together. We'll first head back to Size Machine and actually create our slice there. So I will go inside sizes and create my slice. So I can call it here like showcase. But remember, like before, like we almost forgot to add our Bento slice to our page type. So what we can do instead, we can just go to our page type here, say add a slice and create a new slice. And so we can create a slice from there and it will be automatically added to our page type, which is, well, will save us a step when we're about to push this slice to Prismic. So I will name it showcase. We'll create the slice. And well, it has created the slice. It's here, so I can click on it to access its modeling part. And once again, well, first of all, let's forget this second version of it here. We'll just see like about this one. So we can see we have a title. Like we'll animate this title because at one point, because if we look at the final website, it has some kind of small animation, like it like pops and then when it has a glow around it like this. So we'll see how to do that in a second step. So we have a title. Then we have an image here that is displayed a bit on the side. We have like this neat like pattern grid in behind. Then we have an icon. We have a title, a body, and a CTA. So that's what we had in Figma here. So let's see how we can model that in Size Machine here. So let me see. First of all, we're gonna add our regular heading rich text where we only select H2 and we don't have a multiple paragraph. We add another field here, which will be, well, actually I was about to add a body field, but like we don't need one here. We jump straight to what I think will be the image. So let's add our image. So we can add our image. We don't need any constraint, so I'm going to keep it simple. Then we'll add a new kind of field, which will be this little icon field. So there's multiple ways we can approach that, but because we're using Nuxt icon in our project and we have access to icons from the icon library, we can define which icons we want from the phosphor library here. So, well, like let's actually do that. So we'll go inside this here, and I'm gonna pick like a select field. And so select field allows us to select between multiple options. So we're gonna call this one icon. And then when to decide the icon we want to allow. So looking at icon phosphor, we want like a gear icon. No, not gear. So I have many gear icon. So we're gonna take this one, which is the gear 6 field. So you can copy that string here. I'm gonna just put it here. So I'm gonna go let's gear 6 field. And then I'm gonna pick another one. So let's take the aperture one. Gonna take the aperture here, so pH aperture. And so we pick those values here and we can click done. Moving forward, we have other fields we want here. So we're gonna put like add our subheading field. Then we're gonna add like a body and a CTA. So let's add another title field. So we're gonna call this one subheading. For this one, we're gonna only allow H3s, only one paragraph. And then another regex field for our body. This one we go with our usual P, bold, and italic with multiple paragraph allowed like this. And finally, our CTA, which will be a link. So call this one CTA. We'll allow blank target, allow display text, and we don't want it to be repeatable. So we can just save it like this. And well, with all those data, ready to start working and to template this showcase slice. But wait, I think we forgot about something. Like if we look at that, like we had this slice, but we'll like this one is quite the same, just like the other way around. So how can I say like, well, actually like I want a way to be able to go from the other way around, from this to that, and from that to this. When we're working on the bento box here, we saw that like we could add like a boolean to say like here, like this one is wide, this one is not wide, and we could add like some kind of reversed boolean here to do so. But there's a better way to do that when it's the case of the whole size changing, and this way is to add another variation here. So up until now, we ignored this part of the slice builder here, but what we can do, we can add another variation here, and we'll just call this one reversed. And without much, we now have a variation, which is like the default variation and the reverse variation. What's great about variation that here we want the same set of fields. But let's say we would have like a YouTube, like a one with like an image and one with a YouTube embed. We could change the image field here to add instead an embed field. And so we are able like to have different fields depending on a variation, which is something quite powerful that we're not leveraging for this slice, but at least you know about it. But okay, well, now that we're done with our modeling, let's go to template this showcase slice. So to template, we're gonna once again open the simulator to work inside it. Here we have our default size with default content. We're good with that for now. We're gonna give us a head start once again by copy pasting the field snippets from Size Machine. So let's just go in split screen mode like this. Here we go. And well, this was my bento slice. And here we just need to jump to our new slice. So let's just close everything, get to my slices folder. We had the bento, we're done with that. The error, we're done with that. And now we have our new showcase slice here. And here I just pick every field. So I'll just take like the rich text, the image, the icon, we're gonna use it later on. I'm gonna take the subheading, the body, and the CTA. And so now if I go like this, save and see my simulator, we can see we're displaying things here. So let's go back to full screen mode because this is a bit like narrow for my liking. So here we go, and we're displaying our content here. Cool. So once again, we need our header to like our heading to look a bit like this. So well, let's start and get working on having styling our heading. So we're gonna use Prismic rich text here. What we're gonna do is just like put it like in a bit of a more useful way like this. And we're gonna add some classes to it. Gonna go with text balance, text center, text 5 XL for mobile, font medium, and text 7 XL for medium breakpoint and higher like this. Then, because again, this is just rendering our inside node of our text, I'm gonna just add a wrapper and we'll like a header wrapper. And so with that, we now have our text display big and bold like this. We can grab the text from Figma and put it inside our code here. So just gonna grab this here, you glide your workflow, which is the text we had on Figma. So next, we need some kind of way to say like to contain all that content and inside it to display the image with an offset like this. And then on the side have our little icon and then our text and our CTA. So, well, let's work on that. First of all, we're gonna want to wrap everything inside a div here, like this, which will be our little image. Actually, it can be an article because it will like stand alone its own, and it's better to use not a div when we can. So it goes an article, and then what we need to do, well, we need the image basically on its own, and then the text and everything on it's also on its own. So gonna get the div here, wrap everything from like our subheading, our body, and our CTA. So for this CTA, it's quite simple. We can reuse our button link class from earlier with like a margin tab 6. And so we already have a button that looks like something here. Cool. Then for the rich text here, so like that's the body. So once again, the body, you're gonna just wrap it with a div and add some like class to it. So for the class of the body, like actually like this is where we want to start to add a bit more text to it. So what we can do is add like a prose class that is coming from Tailwind, and that doesn't do anything yet because I think we need now to install a Tailwind plugin. So Tailwind by default, it comes with like a lot of utility class for doing basic CSS, like well, basic and advanced CSS, of course, but just like one class is more or less equal to one CSS utility equivalent. But in that case, like we want to add some class to our heading, to our body here, so that it makes just text like here, like we want to just tell all of that, like some rich text content. So like when I pick like all the content from Figma and put it here, like here, like we want to start having something that looks a bit more refined and like that looks like some like styled body of text. And to do so, Tailwind has something called Tailwind plugins that we can leverage. So once again, if you go inside like the documentation here, we have a link to the Tailwind CSS typography plugin. And the Tailwind CSS typography plugin gives us some like super classes that allows us to style a whole body of text here by just saying like prose, LG prose XL, like just say like here, like style that like style all of that like a text, like a style text, and like on a large screen and bigger, like style that like a bigger style text. We have some classes to like control the color of it and everything. And so we can just add that to Tailwind and make use of it really quickly by just like installing it like this. So we're gonna copy the text here, and I'll go open my terminal. I will split it once again here, get inside my Glide.ai folder, and install the typography plugin. Once we have the typography plugin installed, what we need to do is just get inside our code. So here we go. So now I got to get inside our Tailwind config here. And what we need to do is update our config to register our plugin. So first of all, we're gonna import our Tailwind typography plugin from TailwindCSS/typography like this. And then I'm gonna register our plugins inside Tailwind array here. I'm gonna go with Tailwind typography. And here, I'm just gonna change the ticks here to just have like everything looks nice. And so here I'm missing comma. And so without much, we have Tailwind typography plugin installed. Next should be picking it up. I think just give it a restart to just be on the safe side. But we should be good to use Tailwind typography plugin. What this allows us here, getting back to our templating of the styles, is that we can now use the super classes that are provided by this plugin. So what we can do, we can go here and so like slap the prose class, which should already have an effect on our text here. So just gonna give that a refresh. Okay, next is starting. That's why it's taking some time, I believe. Yeah, if we go, okay, well, it started apparently. Here we go. Okay, it was not happy. I'll just give it another refresh. It's happens sometimes when you like restart server. All right, here we go. Gonna again with your Glide with your workflow. And so now you can see like our text is not styled, like it's really muted now. So just gonna add another class, just like prose invert, which will like which makes it like work for like dark mode basically. So I have prose invert, we're not just like go style, like adding like some margin top, MT4 and max width. We're gonna go with max width XL like this. Can save that, and now we have our text that is looking nice. Now we need to deal with our subheading here. So subheading will be quite simple. So we have our rich text here, which will convert to, well, no, this is like the first, like the main rich text. We're just gonna use here like the rich text. Gonna convert that one to just like a Prismic text. Gonna add a wrapper of h3. Gonna add some classes. Gonna go with MT6. Then I'm gonna text to XL. And finally, font normal. Like we don't want the font to be bold or anything. So we have our text here being displayed. Cool. And one last thing we need to do is to deal with our icon. So for now, we didn't display our icon. So to display our icon, we just have like a figure tag here. We're gonna add like our icon from next icon. Gonna have vbinding name. We're gonna slice.primary.icon as it's suggesting here. And then we can close it. So without much, we should see our icon. So it has this little aperture icon here. So we'll want to change that. First of all, we're gonna display the icon as like a block, because by default it's inline. And then I'm gonna tweak a bit the figure here to have this little like outline, like a box here, like a rounded box around it. So we have our figure here. You can go class, width fit, rounded LG, PG sky 900, padding 4, so like 16 pixel padding. I'm gonna make the text bigger, which will count. Well, you can see like if I just save it like this, we have a really tiny icon inside the big box. And so if I make the text bigger, so I go like text 3XL, now our icon is much bigger and looking like what we want. So, well, that's for the text here. What we're just gonna do quickly is like replace the image and like the Mux here content we have with some, like with using the content we have from Figma. This will allow us to just have a much like better understanding of what we're trying to design. So use the icon here, gonna use the catchphrase here. That I'm gonna use like get started, like this. Then we're gonna just, well, change the image just to use a rocket like I usually like to do. So, well, I'm not vouching for SpaceX or anything, just like, well, they do rockets, but this one looks pretty cool also with a car. Like, this guy was really lucky to get such a cool picture. It's probably also a fake picture, I think. I'm pretty sure it's a fake picture. Anyway, it looks cool. So, and now what we need to do is like try like work a lot with that image to have it like being on the side while we have this like glass background here from our size. So, well, that's where we need to work on our article here and add some classes to it to style it to something that looks better. So first, we're going to make it relative. This will allow us to position our image relatively to it. Go with MT16. So to add some margin at the top of it. Right now, it's like stuck to that, to our header, like this. Then we're going to display all of that using display grid. We're going to center the items, cut some gap between the item. Gonna round the whole thing, so like we're gonna round it with Excel. Got some border to it, like border sky 50, with like just a really light opacity. And so with that, it's already starting to, well, don't really see it for now. Like a really soft border for now. We're gonna do like a background, like a gradient to it. So I'm gonna call BG gradient to the bottom. Gonna go from gray 50 with like a really light opacity to gray 50 with like an even lighter opacity and just like really subtle. Then gonna add some padding on the x-axis, padding on the y-axis. Keep the same actually, so like we could simplify that to just P8. 8 like this. Kind of like a background drop blur SM, which like is like blurring the background, like doing like a little glass effect. On large viewport, so like we're just gonna change the grid to like display it like with 3 columns, like calls 3. On large, we don't have the gap, like the gap will only be like for mobile version. And then we'll also like change the padding on the y-axis on large viewports to be like a bit bigger like this. So now we see we have, well, we have some kind of boxes around it, like looks fancy with our image to display this and our text here. So we still have some work to do. First of all, we need to get that like classy effect to it. So, well, one thing also I see we're missing, like our bounded component, we didn't choose it already. So just like gonna replace the section here with like just our bounded component, which will make it look like this. And well, now let's go like for our image that is here, let's bring it to the bottom like this. And now we need to add some classes to it. So we'll just tune its opacity down a bit. So I just go to 90, so like it's still visible, like not really opaque. Then I'm gonna add some shadow to it. Gonna go with shadow to XL, which is like a strongish shadow. On large viewports, I'm gonna go like cold span 2. And on large viewport, I'm gonna remove the padding. So PT0 at the top of it. So now we have our image showing on the side here, which is what we expect. But then like, well, actually, it looks like what we're doing right now is like, looks more like this instead of looking like this. And that's where we're gonna start using our variant, because here, like, well, actually, like, we're on the reverse variant. I will save my mock content here. If we get to the default variant, you can see it still looks the same. We're gonna stay on the reverse one for now. So for the reverse one, what we need to have a way to control like how our image is looking and like where it is displayed like comparatively to the text. So what we can do, we can like add some classes conditionally using vbind here, and I can access slice.variation. Here I can say, well, if it's inversed, think it's that. Yeah, it's default or reverse, so it's not inverse, my bad. Actually, I can see like telling so the TypeScript types are really helpful to let me know like what data we're dealing with. So it's not, we know it's reverse for sure. Then gonna go with LG order 1, LG translate x 15%. And in the other case, I'm gonna go with LG minus order 1. I'm gonna go with LG translate x minus 15 pixel. And so now, if we look at our image, you can see like it's going away a bit like this, which is what we want. And if I go back to my like default variation, you can see that's the same thing on the other side here. So we have some things to do because like the background of that thing like doesn't look quite like what we have here. And in there, like, well, let's add some real background to it. And first of all, I think our background was not displayed as expected because we had this typo here. So it's like an ink gradient, and now we have the classy background here being displayed. So one thing we're missing is like here we have this grid pattern here. And amongst the files I made a copy inside the public folder, we have this grid pattern available here, and that's what we're gonna use to display in the background. So to do so, I'm gonna add like a div here, and I call this div with a class, which will be like grid background. And that's probably like one of the only time we're gonna use the style in view components. Gonna use scope style. I'm gonna add some regular plain old school style here to this grid background. First, I'm gonna add like a background image. Gonna like URL, and we go /assets/grid pattern.png like this. We're gonna position this div absolutely. So our article's position relative, so I'm gonna position absolutely compared to that. Gonna go with inset 0. Gonna go with background repeat. Gonna repeat. Gonna put like the z index -1 to put it behind. The background position will be centered. Gonna like a really light opacity to it, so like always like a 0.15, like this. And then, well, if I just keep it like this and I save, you can see we have a grid across everything. But you want the grid to be more subtle than that. I want it like to be muted and just like kind of like the grid's like more like around this circle here, and then like it's like dimmed and like muted. So to do so, what we can do, we can add a mask image. So I go like mask image. And a mask image, the way I like to say like mask, like when it's dark, we mask everything. When it's white or transparent, like we don't mask it. And our mask image can be a gradient. So I'm going like with radial gradient, like circle at 60%, 50%. So like that's the basically like more or less on the center of our image. Gonna go like black 10% to transparent 40%. And if I save that, you can now see our grid is more like at the center here. Maybe we see it be better here. You can see it's just displayed here. Cool. Actually, like let's add our like mock content here again. So just gonna grab that title from Figma. Then I'm gonna add another rocket. We can use the same car image, which is cool. We can keep the gear, keep the border, add some content here, and then get started. And now if I save that mock content, well, we're quite there, I think. Like we're looking like we have that. Like here, like it's really the image that has this style to it. So that's why we're not applying any style to that car image here. We keep it like this, and like it's the image the same as that will have this style. Like it's not something we want to control. Like if they want to display something really big, we'll keep it like this. And I think we're happy to it. So, well, one thing we're missing though is this little splash of color here. So let's do the splash of color together. So to do so, it's like the grid background we had here, we're just gonna add a div before rich text. And this one, we can just do it with Tailwind classes and like div classes. This one will be absolute minus z index 10 aspect video, which will make it like 16 by 9 basically. Then gonna width full, max width. I'm gonna go as 2XL. Gonna round it fully, round it full, and then gonna go like BG sky 700. And so if I save that, you know, I have like a big like weird shape here, which is where we want to go. So now what we need to do is like to blur it. Gonna do like a blur, like, well, I'm gonna do like a custom blur, like 120 pixel, like really like a strong blur, like this. And then I'm gonna add some filter to it, like a filter here. And the filter I want to add is like mix blend screen, which is quite subtle, but will change like a bit the way it's like blends with the glassy background layers. If this was before, and this is after, and this will allow like to blend better, and like this will be more obvious once we have it animated, which is what we're just about to do right now using GSAP. For the animation, what we want to do is to have something that animates in when we reached it in the viewport. So here you can see like just animates when I'm at it in the viewport. And so, well, it's a bit tough to do that kind of thing in the simulator because we're only seeing one slice. So what I suggest we do right now is to go back to Size Machine, take screenshot for slices. So just like update the screenshot here. I will pick the one from the size folder, but you can keep picking the ones from Figma if you'd like to. So this is the default one, and then the reverse one, which looks like this. And then I'm gonna push all of that to Prismic. I'm just gonna add that slice to our website so that we can like use it in like a real viewport and see what it looks like. So let's add to Prismic. Here we go. I go to Glide.ai. I go to my home page, and then I will add like the content of my showcase slice. So we can see we have the Bento slice we had before. We won't add it just yet. We're just gonna add our showcase slice for the sake of finishing this one. So we're gonna add like content that I'm copy pasting from Figma right now. Gonna add this one, like your Glide your workflow. I will select an image, so I'll upload it here. It's gonna be this one you will find in under Prismic, and it's the code snippet image. And then I can add like we keep like this icon. Then we're gonna make a subheading like this, some text. And for the CTA, we're gonna get started. And we'll just link to our dummy page, which is another page here. Now I can save that, publish it. And if I go to my website here, well, for now we didn't refresh, but if we refresh, you see we have our header animating, and then we have our your Glide your workflow section here, which we want to animate. And so to animate it, once again, we're gonna animate it using GSAP. So, well, we'll import GSAP from GSAP, and we're gonna use it in the unmounted hook of Vue.js like we did before. So that means we can go back to our hero slice and grab our little helper here that will disable the animation for people that don't want animations. And then afterward, we can do our GSAP code. But, well, like if we do like a GSAP code, like let's start doing it. So I'm going like GSAP.from to, like this. And so we're going like, we want to animate like the header, so like we want it to pop from behind to the bottom, and then we want to like the glow to also glow and like pop on its own. So let's first animate the header. So we'll go like target the showcase heading element, which is a string, showcase underscore heading, and it looks better. Gonna just add that class to our rich text here. And so we want to animate it from 100 pixel down to 0 pixel. We want the easing function to be like power to dot in out. And then we want the duration of that to be 1. But, well, if I save that, I can see here, well, it's animating as soon as I load the page. Here we go. Like if I go here, I refresh, and I scroll down, it's already animated. And in our case, we want it to animate only when we reach that point in the viewport. And to do so, we can do it using a plugin from GSAP, which is called Scroll Trigger. Scroll Trigger is a really powerful plugin that comes with GSAP. And so we can import it like this, something like Scroll Trigger. That will import from GSAP, not from all, just like /scroll trigger. Like all should work also, but we're just gonna import it just this plugin because we don't want all the other plugin. And then I'm gonna register this plugin to GSAP, and then I'm gonna use it here to say like when we want that to animate. Gonna go here, use this scroll trigger, gonna get rid of all of that. And so here I'm gonna say, well, like scroll trigger only trigger when you're on the showcase heading element. And so now if I refresh my page and I scroll, you can see it animates only when I come back. It animates a bit early. So what we can do, we can have control over when it animates. And what we'd like to do is like we want to animate only when the element has reached like half of our viewport. So to do so, we can go here on trigger. We can say like, well, start the animation when we're on the top, once the top of the element, so like the top of my element here, has reached the center of my viewport. And so now you can see it's not animated. If I scroll a bit more, it's animated only when I reach the center. Finally, we have one last issue that, well, like I already scrolled the page and like it's animated, like it's not gonna animate again, but we'd like it to animate again if we come back to it. And to do so, we can here add another property, which is actually toggle action. In toggle action, it's a list of strings that we can add. I will say like, well, actually like play the animation, pause it when we escape it, resume, and like reverse. So we just say it like, well, whenever like we enter the viewport, we play the animation. If we escape it, we pause the animation. If we come back, we resume it. And if we scroll above, like we reverse the animation for it to start again. And now without much, like here you can see, if I go back, like it's back. If I come here, it's animating again. Cool. Next, we need to do the same thing for a little like splash of color here. And so, well, we're gonna do another GSAP from to, so GSAP from to. And this time it's gonna be on the showcase underscore below, which is a little div that we have here, which I will add the class here. And so we want to go from scale 0.7, opacity 0.1, to, we want to go to scale 1, opacity 1. Using, we're gonna keep the same function like power to in out. We want the duration of that to be 1. And we want the scroll trigger to be the same as the one above. So like we're gonna just grab that element, that object here, and pass it here. And so without much, if we're just like gonna like indent that a bit better, if I save that, get back to my CR, now it pops. And so if I scroll up, scroll down, you can see it pops. Cool. Okay, so I think we're done finally doing our showcase slice. We already pushed the slice to Prismic and use content there, so like we don't need to do anything on Slice Machine. We just need to do like add the showcase slice to our GitHub. So add showcase slice here. And now I can just hit save. And well, that's it for this slice. We're now gonna start and get to work on our next slice, which is this one. It's the case study slice. So well, let's get to it. As usual, we'll start by heading back to Slice Machine to create our slice. So go inside page type, page, we'll add a new slice and create a new one. This one, we're gonna call it case studies, like this. Our slice is now created, it's available here. And now looking at our template here, well, we have our usual heading and body, so let's add them. So we go heading, and then we'll only allow an h2 and one paragraph, and then another rich text, which will be body, and our usual paragraph, bold and italic. After we're done with that, we need to think about how we can model this link to like this Nike part, and then this Prismic part here. So those are case studies. This means like you can see here there's a little button like create case study. And this corresponds to those kind of pages, which are like blog posts basically. So how can we basically from our slides say, well, we want like to have a link to this case study and then a link to like the Prismic case study. And the way to do so is to create a content relationship field here. Gonna name that one case study, but actually, oh, okay, hold on. We need like to have multiple of them. We need to have like a Nike case study, a Prismic case study, and if we want like a third one, a fourth one, and so on. So when we want something that is repeatable, first let's come with a group, which we'll call case studies, like this. And then inside it, we'll add a link, well, not a link, but a content relationship this time, because like it's a content relationship to a case study that we'll have managed on Prismic. So I'll call this one just simply link. And here I can see we have a select here, tells us to select page or settings. But in our case, we'd like to say, well, we only want case studies here, and we don't have case studies yet. So let's just save our link here. Let's get back to our page types, and we're gonna create a new page type. So this page type, when I create it here, it's gonna be a repeatable one because we want to have multiple case studies on our website. And we're gonna call that one case study, like this. Inside it, we have the static zone and the slice zone. Inside the slice zone, we'll only allow one slice, which we'll select from existing. It will be a rich text slice. So we'll only add like rich text slice. And in the static zone, I'm gonna add some fields. I'm gonna add like a rich text field, which will be only H1s. That will name company. So it's the name of the company's case study is about. Then we'll add a description rich text. Description, like this, with only paragraph, bold, and italic. Then we're gonna add a cover, which will be the little thumbnail here we have about the company. So I can go here, I will select an image, I'll name that one cover. And that's pretty much it. We're fine with our SEO and metadata, we have the title field, description, the image, and that's it. What we can do now is just go inside our code and copy our page snippet here, which is pretty quick to do. We can just copy, paste the little page snippet here, go inside Nuxt, and we can go inside our pages directory, inside the app directory, so app pages. Here we're gonna create a new folder, which we'll call like case study. And inside it, we're gonna create a new file called uid.view. And here we can just paste our case study like this, and we're on, well, we can leave it like this for now. Coming back to Slice Machine, now that we have our case study set up, inside our slice here, like the case study slice, sorry, my bad. Let's go to slices, case studies. We can now edit our item.link here and select only case studies because we only want to link to case studies here. So we can click done, and now our slice is created. Our case studies new document type is available here, and well, we're done with the modeling part. The thing is like because we'll need to fetch some data from our case study here, we'll need that content to be already available in Prismic somewhere in order to be able to use it. So we won't use this slice simulator to develop that slice because of that. So what we'll do now, we'll just push everything to Prismic. And once everything is pushed here, we can just go back to our page builder, gonna create a new page, which will be a case study. And we're gonna create like a few case studies. Let's create 3 of them. So first of all, I'm gonna create like a Prismic case study. So it will be named Prismic. We're gonna add like some dummy description, like this. And then I'm gonna add an image. So once again, you can upload the image from the Glide site assets zips that I sent you at the beginning of this tutorial. And so this is Prismic, so I'm gonna take the Prismic image and just like we'll go name that the Prismic logo like this, call it a day. And I'm just gonna add a slice with some rich text here. And so, well, we can input like dummy HTML. So what we can put here, we can just go to the final website, which you can access from the resources page. Under final content website, you have the final website here. And so, well, just gonna go inside the Prismic one. What we can do here, you can just copy paste all of that and put it inside Prismic. And this way it will be formatted the same way. So I can save it. And now we have Prismic case study. We'll publish it and just create a few other ones. So I can go back, create another one, case study. So this is Nike case study. So go like Nike. We add some text here. We'll select the cover image that we'll upload also. Go with the Nike one. So go like with the Nike logo. Like this. We can save. Well, let's just add a slice quickly. So I'm going to take the same content from the final website. Paste it. So here, just going to select Nike. Save. Publish. Then I'm going to go back and add like a third and last one for Nuxt. So this is the next case study. We're going to go with Nuxt. Going to take the line here, select an image, upload one, upload the next one. So this is the Nuxt logo. And just add the same slice with the same content as before. Just saying Nuxt here. So I can save it, publish it. And now that we have case studies available on Prismic and our slice push there, we can go back to the home page on Prismic. We're gonna push a new slice. And this slice is gonna be our new case study slice here. And on it, we're just gonna go add a heading. So on Figma here, I'm taking content there, I'm taking the designer like you. Gonna take like some content for the body. And then here, I'm able like to repeat case studies here. So I will link to Prismic. I will first link to the, let's link to the Nike case study. Then we're gonna link to the Prismic case study, and finally to the Nuxt case studies. And from that, here you can just hit save, publish, and we're done with setting up this slice. So it's available on Slice Machine here. We're done the modeling. We set up also the case study document type. So we're all set to start and develop what the slice will look like inside Nuxt. So, well, let's get to it. So in our code here, we can set as usual Slice Machine created for us this case study slice and component here. So we have the default content here showing up. And if we go to our website here, we can see it's available right here. So let's start the templating of it together. So first of all, we're going to use our bounded component to wrap everything at the center of the screen, like this. And then we're going to grab also the snippets from Slice Machine. So I'm going to copy paste them one by one. Like for the title, for the body, for the case studies here. And yeah, well, let's keep it like this. So now if I save all of that, and actually like that, just for a second, like let's just add a quick like PR here. We can see that inside our code, we have the title showing up, the body showing up, and then we have like three JSON objects, three objects that contains the data from the Nike, Prismic, and Nuxt case studies. So, well, let's just quickly like template the heading and body. To do so, it's quite like everything we've done so far. Gonna just turn the heading into a Prismic text, wrap it in an H2, and then add some Tailwind classes to it in order to style it accordingly. First, we're gonna do Tailwind max width to XL to have a smaller width to it. Then gonna do text balance. I'm gonna center the text. I'm gonna make it text 5 XL. On the mobile and on desktop, I'm gonna make it like 7 XL. Like this. And finally, font medium. So saving that, we already have our big title showing up here. Next up for the Prismic rich text one, which displays the body, same as the above, gonna wrap it in a div. And we're gonna add some class also. So like we're gonna go like MX auto, some margin at the top to separate it from the heading here. So MT6, which separates it a bit. Then gonna go max width, MD, text balance, text center, and as usual, text gray 300. Saving that, we now have our title and our heading and our body being displayed accordingly. Now let's see how to approach the case studies here, which we need to look some kinds of cards here. So first of all, we're gonna wrap them all inside a div, like this. And that div, we're just gonna like separate it from the above with like some margin at the top. I'm gonna display all of that as a grid with a big gap in between, like this. Gap 16, yes. So then, like the template, we don't want a template, we want an article actually, because it will be like some kind of standalone HTML. And so we're gonna have article like this, and if we save that, you can see right now we have like the gap in place. Now we have an issue here because we want like to have a key, like view is complaining about like needing a key. The thing is we cannot just do like key item.link. There's link type that's not really helpful because it's gonna be always documents. And the issue we have here is that because like cases like the item like item.link, this can be a content relationship field, but it can also be empty. So we need to filter out the empty content relationships in case we have one. And to do so, we can just do a Prismic computed. Not a Prismic computed, sorry, like just a view computed. So I'm gonna go like case studies equal computed. And so we're gonna return. So we need our props. So we can just grab our props from the define props here. Gonna props. So we're gonna props.slice.primary.case studies. And so what we're gonna do here, gonna map over them. First, we're gonna just unwrap because like it's under links. So we're gonna item, gonna go item.link. So just unwrap the link from the object. So we just have the object that is interesting to us. And then we need to filter them based on whether the link is empty or like filled with a content relationship. And to do so, we can use an helper from Prismic. So earlier on in the previous slides, we used like Prismic.something, but this is not available in the script setup. Instead, we need to grab Prismic object from Prismic, and to do so, we can just go const Prismic equal use Prismic. And from here, we can just call Prismic dot, and then we have a new helper we want to use now. It's isField. The isField helper is like a collection, like an object of lot of helpers that allows us to check if a field actually has relevant content for us or not. And so we want to check if the content relationship field has relevant content. So it's going to be link. And then what we just need to do here, because like this will return what we want, but TypeScript will get a bit funny perhaps, because it's just like, well, I'm pretty sure TypeScript gets a bit funny. So we can use it like this for now, and like we'll get back to it as soon as we hit a word bump with it. So we now have a case study that object arrays that is like a collection of all the field case studies from our slice. So we can grab it here and replace our code here. So we're gonna go there, and so we're gonna just grab case study. And here for the link this time, we can do case study .id. And so then we're up here, like we know that ID will always be a string and that it's working as expected. And then here I can just do case study. So great, we're making progress here. then we need to work a bit on that article here to have it look more like what we have here. And actually, the first thing we'd like to do is like to actually get the content, like get our title, our paragraph here, description, and like the image here for that. And so how do we do it? Well, because like as you can see here, we have the JSON for each of us. Like we have an ID, we have a type, we have some tags, long, some data like slug Nike, some publication date, some UID, but we don't have like the title, we don't have the description, we don't have anything. And that's because by default, when we get to content relationship, we just get the document metadata. We don't get any data from the document. And the way for us to get those data is to, when we fetch those data from Prismic, just to tell Prismic, well, by the way, anytime you encounter a case study, I also want those data, please. So please also get them back to me. A bit like some kind of like really minimal GraphQL. And so how does that look? Getting back to our pages directory inside our index page here, when we query the page, which has our case study slice, here what we can do, we can add a third argument. Inside this third argument, we can do like fetch links. And the fetch links allows us to say, well, whenever you encounter a case study, also grab us the company. And so if I were to save that and get back to our code here, we can see now we should have a company somewhere. Or maybe not, because I messed up somewhere. Let me think. Yeah, we made a small typo here. So just an underscore. And so if I were to save that, get back here, we now see we have some company data with the heading Nike that we want. And so we can do the same for other fields. So we also want the description. And we also want the cover image. So if I save all of that now, we can see we have much more content coming up. We have the image, we have the description, and so we have all the data we need, basically. So, well, with those data now, we can just copy-paste this object here from fetching and pass it also under the uid.view page, because this is also another page that might have case studies inside it. So we can paste it here after the get by UID page and the root param UID. We have the third object, which is fetch links. And then here we say like the field we want to fetch whenever we encounter a case study content relationship. Getting back to our code here, we're now able to template this data. So we're gonna template the heading. And to template the heading, well, what we need to do is first have like use Prismic text. Gonna do like field, and you're gonna go case study .data and then .company. And the thing is here, like TypeScript is not happy with us doing that. It says, well, like case study data is of type unknown. And that's for sure, because when we extract our content relationship here, we're just saying, well, it's an empty content relationship. Like it doesn't know that we added those fetch links here. And so, well, the quick way to get rid of that is just to like change the type here and to cast it to say, well, not worries, we're gonna fetch everything we need. Just gonna say like as unknown, which allows us then to cast it to as content, which is the object of Prismic types that we got here, dot case study document. And it's an array of case study documents like this. And now you can see we now have access to company and the other fields that we have in the case study thanks to TypeScript. This is not ideal because like we didn't fetch every data. Like if we try to access meta image, like it will tell us we'll find like we're not, like we don't have the meta description here. So just like we need to be careful when you do that, but it's fine enough for that use case because we know we only have 3 fields and that they will be fetched at all time here. It's gonna go with Prismic case study data company to display the title of the company. And so now we have Nike, Prismic, and Nuxt. Cool. Well, we're gonna do the same then for the description. So we're gonna use a quick Prismic rich text, which we'll use like with the field of case study data description. And so what we can do here, then we're just gonna do like well, we see the description, and finally the image, which we'll do with Prismic image, like this. And so for Prismic image, what we can do here, we're just gonna do also pass it our field, and our field will be case study data cover. And so if I save all of that, we can now see we have Nike, designer, like the description and the image for all our case studies that we linked here. Cool. Moving forward, what do we need to do? Well, we need to style all of that into something that looks more like this. So, well, let's start doing that. So first of all, gonna focus on the text here. Gonna wrap the text in an h3. And gonna also add a class of text for Excel to make it bigger, like this. For the Prismic rich text, gonna also add a class of max with MD and wrap it inside the div. Cool. And then, well, there's also something here that we missed, like the little like read case study CTA. So just gonna add like a link for that. So it's gonna be, this time it's gonna be a Prismic link. So we're gonna link to a document, which is our case study. We're gonna add some class, well, gonna get back to a class later. And then here we're gonna say like read the case study is gonna like Prismic text case study, like this. I'm gonna provide it with our field. So field, and so get case study .data.company. And so with that, if I were to save it, we now have like a read Nike case study. Great. Now, obviously, like we want to style that inside some kind of grid with like the text part on one side, like the image on the other. So, well, let's first wrap our text content inside the div. And what we can do here, we're gonna add a class. I say call span 1 flex call justify center and gap 4, like this. So the text very well, everything's looking good here. Then for the link also, here let's just reformat that in a way it's more legible, like this. And so we add some class, gonna go like with z index 10 after absolute, after inset 0, and over underline. And so what we're doing here, basically we're saying like, well, this thing, like we just want something that is like after, that is covering the whole case study section, that everything of it is coverable. And so whenever I over the section, like we'll see the underline of the link, even if we're not part of it. So here, like the relative after absolute, like it's not like spanning to the right thing, because like we need to still add some classes to our article here. So I'm gonna go here, like reformat that a bit, and then I'm gonna add some classes. So for the article, I'm gonna have a group class, a relative attribute, a grid, a gap 4. I'm gonna make the opacity a bit lighter by default, because then we want to have like an over effect on it. So I'm gonna go opacity 85, transition opacity. You can put like a wheel change. Well, we don't have wheel change opacity, we can just put wheel change auto to tell like that we're gonna have a transition here on the opacity. Then gonna go like duration 300. Then gonna go like on over, we want a cursor pointer, because remember, like we had those things here with the class and the after attribute that like will cover everything. So we need a pointer to just say like everything is clickable, which it is. Cursor pointer, and then also on over, want opacity 100. And on media, I'm gonna say, well, on medium breakpoint, I'm gonna say, well, grid call 2, and on really large breakpoint, I'm gonna say grid call 3, like this. And so this should already look a bit more like what we want. And you can see like everything is clickable. Like whenever we hover it, like it's like the link is underlined and like everything is clickable. Cool. Moving on, we need to do something with our image because it's obviously like not looking as we want it to look here. So for our image, it's gonna be a bit more subtle. Like we're gonna, because we want to add some kind of fancy over effect here. So if I go to the final website to just have a glimpse, you can see like we want to have those glows like on the top and the bottom. So we're gonna work on that. I'm gonna add a div here. And so on the div, gonna make it relative because we're gonna position the splash of colors relatively to it. And on large screen, gonna say like large call span 2, like this, which should already look way more like what we want to end up in the final result here. So we have the call span 2. And then one thing we need to do, like we need to say like, well, we want it to alternate. So like right now we have Nike, like everything is like a text on the left, image on the right, but we want that to alternate. And to do so, we can do so with just a little class here that will change depending on the index of the element in the array. So we're gonna grab the index from the v-for loop here. Inside the class here, we're just gonna say like, if the index is even with like the modulo operator here, in that case, we're gonna add like the md minus order 1. Like this, not much. And so without much, we can see we're already alternating our Nike, Prismic, Nuxt content. A bit like what we have here. Now let's work on the animation part. So, well, first of all, for our image, we need like it to be like scaled a bit differently and also to have this rounded border here. So let's work on that. Class here, and I go set index 20. And scale it a bit down, but just a bit. So go like scale minus 98, which will do like just a scale of 98%. I'm gonna rounded XL. Gonna go transition transform. We'll change transform. Duration 300. And we want to say it like, well, we don't want to say just over scale 100, because this means that like if we just over that, just like when we over the image, but well, it's not working because I think we forgot something. Yeah, because I could never like overing the image itself actually. What we need to do is to say like, well, when we over the group, which is what we defined earlier on here, we say, well, this is a group. And when the groups as a whole gets over, then you scale it to 100. And so without much, you can see like now it's scaling as we want it to. Next step, we need to add our image glows. So to do so, we're just gonna add like a div here. So it'll be 2 glow, one at the top, one at the bottom, like this. Well, let's just keep one for now. Class it, so we're gonna go minus bottom 8, minus left 4, bg sky 500. We're gonna add another one here, which will be the other one. So we're gonna go minus right 4 and minus top 8. And so this one will be teal. And then I'm gonna write some CSS here to just have like a more like a more like fancy CSS class. So we're gonna go with style, gonna scope that style. I'm gonna call those image glow like this. And we're gonna write CSS for that class. So what we want here, just gonna add some Tailwind classes. Gonna go apply absolute h1 out of 2 with half rounded full. So if we save that already. We now have like blobs of color here. Now we need to blur them a lot to have them like being like light glows. So we're gonna do like a blur 3XL like this. Now they are blurry. And now we need them to be more subtle because they're like quite in your face right now. It's gonna go with opacity 0 by default. Gonna mix blend screen. And going to go transition opacity. We'll change auto. Duration 500 to have it last a bit longer. And then same like group over opacity 30%. And so without much, we now have those pop splash of lights coming only when we hover the link. And talking about links, well, we're missing something here. Like when we click on it, you can see it's not a link, it's not linking to anything. And the reason for that is because we didn't define how we want to link to those case studies. Like the only thing we did so far is just creating a page here, but we never said like, well, when you have a case study, it's gonna be like /case study / their UID. And so the way we do routing with Prismic is through what we call a route resolver. So the route resolver is configured inside your Nuxt config here. Under the Prismic configuration, here we have your Prismic endpoints, your preview endpoint, and then you have a client config.routes, and you can see we're already defining config for the page. So like page type says, well, it's /UID. Page type when the home page type, then just a /. And now we need to add a third one, which say, well, why needs a case study? Actually, we want the path to be /case studies, case study without just case study /UID. And now if I save that, we'll see that like all links when Nuxt has restarted. So let's just, it's restarting right now. So when Nuxt has restarted, which it's the process now, you can see like now we have links to our case study. So like we can see like the night case study here. That is not there yet, but we're gonna come back later on to fancy up those case studies. But for now, I think we have our content set up here. One thing we can do is like just crank a bit the gap between like the text and the image here because it's quite big. So we can just go back to our article here. And so by default, we're gap 4. We're going to say, well, on medium breakpoint, we go to gap 8. Like this. And now if I save, we can see we have a bigger gap here. Cool. Well, I think we're done with our case study slice. Our site is starting like to look like something there. Well, we're getting there. We have still like a few slices to do together. So we have the integration slice, the call to action slice, and the rich text slice. So let's work on those now. And so we're gonna now focus on the integration slice together. But before, as usual, let's just get back to Size Machine. We're gonna add a screenshot to our slice. So case study, select a screenshot, gonna select the case study screenshot here. We're good with that. We can push our screenshot to Prismic. It's pushing right now. Here we go. And then here in our code, I'm gonna also commit our changes. I'm gonna commit add case study. Can now save that and move on to our next work. So our next slice will be the integration slice that we have here. You can see it's not that complex, but there's just some interesting thing we can do in Size Machine to represent it. So let's go to Size Machine. Go to page types, to pages. So we have a case study, showcase, Bento, Euro slices. Let's add a new one. Gonna call that one integrations. And it's available here. And now gonna add our regular fields. We're gonna go like a heading field with just an H2 and a single one. Then we're gonna add another one, which will be a body with the usual paragraph, bold and italic. And then for the integration here, so basically we just want a list of icons. So here it's all like Cloudflare icons, but we're gonna add other ones. And basically we want to represent those icons using next icon. So this means we're going to use another icon library, which is called simple icons. And this gives us icons for a lot of things. Like if I search for Cloudflare here, you can see a Cloudflare icon. If I search for like DigitalOcean, we have the DigitalOcean logo. If I search for Prismic, we have the Prismic logo, and so on. So we'll use icons from this library, which again, we don't need to install anything. But in Slice Machine, what we need to do for that, we need to add a way to add multiple icons. We'll add a group, which we'll call integrations. And inside it, we're going to add a small text, which we'll call icon ID. And just add a placeholder for this one. I'm going to say, well, simple icons Prismic. Now we can click done, and we're done with the templating of the integration models. Now we can jump into the simulator and get to actually template this slice. So this slice is like not really tricky when it comes to content, but when it comes to like in animation, stuff like that, it's a bit more complex. So we're first gonna focus on just having this slice look the way we want it to look without the animation, and then we'll do the animation. So getting back to the simulator, first we're gonna just input some real, more real like mock content. So we're gonna go shelf, we're gonna go integration getter, gonna add a body, and then we're gonna add icons here. So we're gonna just grab some icons. We're gonna go with like a Cloudflare. So I'm gonna go grab the Cloudflare icon, gonna paste it here, and we want to have like 6 icons like this. So let's just grab some other ones. Gonna grab like digital. Ocean, and then we want to grab, what do we want to grab, like Prismic. I don't know if we have Nuxt. Oh, we do have Nuxt, so let's grab Nuxt. Then we can grab, like, for example, like Fly. Here we go. And finally, what can we grab? Let's grab, well, Cordova, which works well. If you know, like, it's funny because I gave a talk about Ionic and capacitor, and Apache Cordova is the previous was like kind of like spiritual, like, well, anyway, I gave a talk around those technologies, and well, that's funny, I stumbled on that one. So, well, we have our 6 icons, our content. We're just gonna save our mock content, get rid of our editor here, open the, well, don't necessarily need to open it for now, and now we're gonna template our slice. So as usual, Slice Machine created for us a new integration slice here. And so inside it, we can get started with templating it. So first, we're gonna bond our slice with our bonded component. We'll need some classes here, so I'm just gonna make the bonded like relative and overflow hidden, because it's gonna have a background and we don't want it to overflow on every other slice we have. So we're gonna go like this. Then actually, like, let's use our gradient background. So I'm gonna call an image here. I'm gonna go like src /assets/gradient.png, which should be one of the files you have included inside your assets folder, your gradient, which is this, well, not funny, like a dreamy background here with the gradient. Like this. So it's a decorative image. So just want to mark it like so with an empty alt attribute. And then I'm going to add some classes. I'm going to go with absolute, inset 0, age full, weight full, and object cover. So with just that, we should now have like our gradient showing up. But like, because our size is like really tiny for now, we don't really see anything relevant about it, but we have our gradient showing up. Next, let's add our heading and body of text. So those, we can grab them from Slice Machine here. I'm gonna grab the heading, I'm gonna grab the body. And while we're at it, we can also grab the loop for our integrations here, like this. Go like this, and for the integration, we can already use next icon. So I'm gonna go icon, name like item, dot icon ID. I'm gonna also key it with the item dot icon ID like this. And so this is auto close, I believe, and it's not name. Oh, it's name. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there's maybe, well, let's go with that for now. I think it should already, yeah, it gives us a logo here. So let's see why TypeScript is not happy. Because yeah, our string can be null. In some cases, when it's not filled, it can be null. So maybe what we need to do for that. So what we need to do is the same trick as we used for our case studies document here. We'll just need to use a computed value to just extract the icons that have an actual value. So go to our script section here. Gonna go with const integrations equal computed. And so we'll return our props. So we need to get our props here. That's nice. That primary, that integrations, that. So first we're gonna do like a map to extract the icon ID. And then we're gonna check if the icon ID is filled. And we don't need like the fancy casting that we did here before. What we can just do, we can just call that ID icon. And we need to just grab Prismic. So again, to grab Prismic on const Prismic equal use Prismic. Like this, and now it's not fill.icon, it's fill.key text. And now we just have a proper array of string here, which we can use here instead of the integration. And now we just have like integration, which we can use here to key properly. And now TypeScript is happy. Next step, let's continue our templating. So right now we're just displaying like a small icon. We're not getting the heading and body for some reason. Or maybe they're there, let me think. Yes, they're definitely there, they're just behind our image. So let's work on that. So first of all, just gonna grab our text and like wrap all of that around the div, which has a class of relative like this. And now we can see our heading and our body. Now let's do this thing on our heading and our body. So as usual, just gonna use a Prismic text for our heading. I'm gonna wrap that into an H2. And then I'm gonna add some class, which are quite the same as usual. So we're gonna go with mx auto, max white to XL, text balance. This one, like we want to try to make it a bit fancier with just like a gradient array. So let's do that. We've already done that earlier on for the Glide standard here. So let's do the same thing. So gonna go use text balance, PG, gradient, and to bottom. Then gonna go from sky 50 to sky 300. Gonna go BG clip text. And we're gonna need the text to be transparent. Then we're gonna just add some padding on the y-axis. So go like PY2. Text center. Text 5XL as usual. And on Y screen, gonna go with text 7XL. Like this. Gonna have font medium. And I think we're good with that. So now we have a big text that says integration gather. Next, for our second rich text here, gonna also wrap that with a div. We're gonna go class, gonna go mx auto, margin top as usual to like move it a bit away from the heading. Margin top 6, max width, medium, text balance, text center, and text gray 300. Great. Next up for integration thing. well, what we'll need to do is first like wrap that in a div, because like we want to display them in like some kind of like fancy way here with our logo in the between. So just gonna grab that, wrap all of it inside a div. Gonna go class empty20 to like add some space between it, like this. Then gonna go flex call, item center, md flex row. And so what this does, like on desktop like this, it's like really like aligned, but like on mobile breakpoint, it will be like this, which is what we have here. Like that's on desktop, and so on mobile, it's like this. And still working the same. So that's what we have for now. So let's get back this to like a bigger viewport. Let's get back to our code. So what we need to do, we're gonna need like to display our integration. And when we reach the middle point, we want to insert our logo here. So to do so, we're gonna loop over our integration. Gonna also grab the index. And so what we need to do is to insert our logo at one point. So I'm gonna go like template, like this, and I'm gonna go if the index equal math.floor integrations.length over 2, and then I'm gonna say like a middle point. Middle point like this. And so you can see like now we have 3 icons, then our middle point, then 3 other icons. So let's actually grab our icon. So our icon, we already somehow have it. It's inside our components. Inside Glide, we have the logo stylized.svg. So just gonna transform it into a view component. To so you're gonna grab everything into a template. Like this, gonna fix indentation a bit. And you're gonna rename it to a .view file, like this. Now we have our logo, so now we can use it here. I can go glide logo stylized. And now we should see our logo stylized here. Cool. What we can do here, like because we have a template, just a VF, we can refactor that to just have it on our logo. Like this. And now we're just displaying our logo in the middle of our icons when we need to. Next, for integration here, we'll call like this, I think. Well, no, we're not. We need to do something. So first of all, we're going to go add a div. And we need to change a bit the way it's displayed, because like right now our icons are like really small. So let's make them bigger. So I'm going to go flex, aspect square, shrink 0, so like they all make the same size. Item center, justify center. Gonna go rounded full. Gonna go with the border sky 50 with like 30% opacity. BG sky 50 with 25% opacity. Then some padding at the top that will have only on mobile, I believe. Text free Excel. Text sky 100. Opacity 40%. On media, I'm gonna make them bigger. So I can like text free. Well, it's already free Excel now. It's just like on larger breakpoint. Text 5 Excel, like this. And so now we have our icons showing in a funny way. Because I think we missed something. Let me see. Yes, it's our padding that we messed up here. So just in like P4 like this. And this gives us like really like rounded icons like we want. Cool. Okay, so this is getting there. Like, well, we're still like not there, but like we're slowly getting there. One thing that I'd like us to do before we move on to animating all of that and adding like the little segments here is this background of like a glider here. So to do so, once again, gonna convert to a view component the logo frame here. So once again, it's quite straightforward. Just wrap that inside the template. like this and like this. Just gonna indent that a tiny bit. Gonna save it. And now we're gonna just rename that to a view component. And now we can get back to our integration slice. And we're gonna add just after our image, gonna call like the glide logo frame like this. And I'm gonna add classes to also like put it as part of a background. So gonna go like absolute, left 1/2, top 1/2. Gonna go like minus translate x 50%, minus translate y 1/2, scale 150, and opacity 60. And so that's one of the three we need to do. Like right now it's displaying the middle one. Now I'm just gonna like duplicate it and change the position. So like the second one will be scale 120 on translate x, and translate y is gonna be 1/3. And on the other one, it's like translate x, I'm gonna go with just 20%. And on translate y, we're gonna go with 2/3. Actually, this one's gonna be like, we get rid of the minus here. So like this, and now, well, let me see, maybe I got the math wrong. So basically we just want like to offset them by 1/3 each time, with this one being a center one. Like minus 50, minus 1/2, minus 120, minus 1/3, 20%, minus 2/3. Yes, here we go. Now we have the three of them. And so if we go like to like a bigger screen, so like 20, we can see like they're spread like this the way we want them. Cool. So, well, I think we're getting there. Like we're much done with the templating. Like we still need to add the line between each of those. But well, let's actually like move to animating that and adding those lines, like the pulsing icons around it. So let's do that. First, let's add the little line that are running between each of our elements, including our logo. So to do so, we'll get back to our code here, and we'll prepare like some style here, which is scoped. And we need to add like some lines. So those will be like some little HTML element that will style accordingly to be able like to display them. So what we want to do is like we want to add a line after every element here. So after the icon integration, I'm gonna add another div, which will be self-closing. And we'll add some classes to it. I'm gonna say, well, the class will be like a signal line. And we'll just some classes in case we are after the middle point of our array. So we add, basically want to add after each element, we add a line here, a line here, a line here. And if you're after, we add it before. So we need to reverse that. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go like index superior or equal at math.floor integrations.length 0/2. Call like one case gonna be like rotate 180, and the other case gonna be rotate 0, like this. Gonna also need like inside. Yeah, so like maybe like our styles logo here, need to get that back into a template, I believe, because we need to add like because our logo is like a bit funny, and I'm gonna need to add like a signal line also here. So I'm gonna go just wrap that on a template, go there, and so we're gonna grab all of that, put it back on our template. So for stylized logo, well, let's keep it like this for now, but we'll probably need to slap some class on it later on. Now I got div class. Gonna go with signal line and rotate 180 like this. So now there are signal lines, like they don't represent anything yet in our HTML. So let's add a class for it. Go like class signal line. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna just apply some kind of classes to start with. It's gonna go apply h20 pixel width 1.5 pixel, BG gradient to top. On medium breakpoint, it's gonna go with H 1 point. On medium breakpoint, basically like that's the mobile version. So on the mobile, we want them like to be on the tall axis, and on the desktop, we want it to be on the other axis. So we're just shifting the width and the height. Gonna go with 8 1.5 pixel, medium like this, with 20 pixel. Well, actually, maybe more in that case, because like we have more space, so 30. And on LG, we're gonna make it even bigger. So we're gonna also like LG width 40 pixel. And on really large breakpoint, gonna go with width 50 pixel. Like this. Next, we're gonna add a background color. And for this one, because we're gonna animate it with like a pulsing line, just gonna use an HSLA value, which will be like 0, like just a white value for now. Like this, like a transparent white value. I'm gonna add a background image to build a gradient that will animate later on. I'm gonna go with linear gradient. And so here, we want a rotation. So first of all, like we're gonna just define like a CSS variable called rotation that will give us the opportunity to animate this signal line later on. So we're gonna go with rotation 90 degrees. And then we're gonna use it to determine the rotation of our background, of our gradient. And I go var rotation like this. Then we're gonna go like RGBA, gonna use like some white value, which again, like we use those values here because we need to animate them later on. So that's more helpful. Then we're gonna use like a middle one of the teal color. So I'm gonna go like with 0EA 5E9, 50%. And I think I messed up my 0 here. Here we go. And finally, some RGBA value at the end for 70%. So this will be like a little like running line. And then finally, background size. Gonna make it like bigger than the line. Like this. And so finally, if I save that, well, we can see we broke everything. We broke the internet. And that's probably because I have a typo somewhere here. And yes, like I forgot, I put my background size inside my linear background, which is not also happy with it. And if we save that and give a refresh to next, we should now be good to go. Well, still not. So Excel, oh yeah, we have a class, so I just need to read the code. So it's the width that changes. And now if I give a refresh, here we go. So there's space, but we don't see the lines yet. So the reason we couldn't see the line, I think it's because here we use background instead of background image. And so if I add like background image, you can now see a line. So first of all, we can see a few issues. Like here, we're displaying a line at the end, but we don't want it because like it's the end of the line, so to say. So we can like quickly fix that by just saying like, well, like if it's the last element, we don't want a line. Gonna go to stay if index is different of integration by .length -1, and this now gets rid of the last line. Next, we need to like fix the lines around our logo, because our logo is like a bit funny. So like we need to fix the lines around it to just have the lines like expose our logo. So to do so, we need to add some classes to our logo. And so we're gonna go like shrink 0 to just not a shrink, then opacity 70, like this. Then I'm gonna go like, well, we can do like brightness 100, go like minus, well, this will be like the margin that you need to input for the mobile version of it. So that's the offset we need to add to have the line be right against the logo. So I'm gonna go 42 pixel minus margin bottom, it's gonna be 11 pixel. Then on medium breakpoint, because like we're on the horizontal layout, gonna go with margin bottom 4 to have it like a bit above. Then margin on medium, we're gonna go like remove the margin we added at the top and the bottom. So that's what we did. Then go like go also add margin on the left and the right. So go like go minus MR10 and MD minus ML7 like this. So we have this signal line here that has a small typo. And so now if we save that, we can now see our logo is like fully aligned with the lines, and like the lines are exposing it just correctly. And if we go to our mobile layout, the lines are also there. The only thing we're missing, like our lines are defined as a linear background with our rotation. So we need to invert that rotation when we reached the medium breakpoint. So to do so, you can just go like at media, gonna go like max width 767 pixel, which is the Tailwind medium breakpoint. And then I'm gonna go signal line and change the rotation to be 0. Like this. And from here, we should be ready to now start animate this logo. So like this is the mobile version. Let's just go back to the desktop one. So let's now animate it. So first of all, like we want the logo to have that kind of pulsing animation, like it's alive like this. So to do so, you can get back to the HTML here. And I'm gonna need to add some like pulsing classes here. So on our styles logo, we're gonna like call it pulsing logo. And that's all we're gonna do for it for now, because like this class will use it to animate it using GSAP. And then for our icons here, the same with like pulsing icon, and then we can leave everything like this, I believe. So now we can go at the top of our file. And that's where we're gonna once again import GSAP. From GSAP, I'm gonna use it once again in a computed and an unmounted composable to define what we want to do to animate our logo. So to do so, once again, we're just gonna go on our hero slice, for example, to grab the little snippet we had created to disable animation on reduce motion users. And then we're gonna create once again a GSAP timeline. I go timeline, GSAP timeline. We can have like the default of port 2 in and out. You can keep that. I'm gonna also say, well, repeat that timeline infinitely. So basically what we want to do now, we want the logo here to pulse and then to throw a line on both sides, illuminating the integration logo. So getting back to my timeline here, first of all, we're gonna just like refactor those classes to be camel case, like this, pulsing logo, pulsing icon. And so we're gonna go on our timeline.to, gonna target our pulsing logo. And so we're gonna add some keyframes. And first, gonna want to say like filter brightness 2. And then we're gonna say opacity 1, duration 0.4. I forgot a comma here. And then finally, for the easing function, I'm gonna go with power to in. And finally, the second one. So basically, like we're cranking up the brightness like if we're like flashing a light at it, and then we're cranking the brightness back where it's supposed to be. So filter brightness 1, and like cranking down the opacity 0.7, and like the duration, we're gonna go with 9. So like we're cranking up the brightness really fast and then we're cranking it down like a bit slower. So if I save that, you can now see like our logo is like pulsing like this. But then we need to emit some kind of lights from it. And so that's where we can add another timeline item. So I'm going to timeline.to. So once our logo has pulsed, I'm going to this time target this signal line. And so we need to change something to signal line. So what we're going to do, we're going to also add keyframes. And so for the signal lines, the keyframe, I'm going to basically animate the background. Because remember, like we made our background like bigger than the actual div itself. It's like 500%, like 5 times bigger. And so we can change the background position here. So I'm going to go background position. Go like first 0%, 0%. And then you're going to go background position, 100%, 100%. And so what this will do, it will hopefully, like, yeah, it adds, you can see like it adds a little like dots flying. First of all, it's like it's really fast for now. So what we can do, we can change the duration of that. So you can do like duration inside my object, sorry. Duration, once again. Now it's much slower. You can see logo pulse, and then we have the lines, but all the lines are firing at the same time. So we want that to change a bit. And to do so, we can use this stagger property that we used earlier on when we were working on our grid here. So we're gonna use again a stagger, and we're gonna go from center. And with that, we're gonna animate first the first one, well, from center, and then we need to say like what delay we want to add. So I'm gonna adjust the delay of -3 like this. And now we can see our line. It feels like just one, and it is like escaping from our logo. Thanks to this tagger. So it's starting from the center of the signal line. So basically we have an array of signal lines in our HTML. It will take the 2 from the center, then the 2 further away from the center, and so on and so on. And finally, we need to have our logo pulse the same way our logo is pulsing. So we're gonna go timeline.to. Gonna target that pulsing icon like this. We're gonna add our keyframes. And so our keyframe will be the first, well, we don't want to scale opacity and everything, so like Copilot didn't give us anything else for here. So I'm gonna go opacity 1, duration 1. Gonna also use a stagger to like not have them pulse at the same time. Gonna go from center each 0.3 seconds, like this. And we're gonna go add another one here to say, well, we go from like full opacity to like something like less opacity, like this. It's 1 second. And I think we're almost done here. I think we'll have an issue. Like right now, like you see it pulsing, it's emitting a line. And only after we have the icons illuminating. But we want that to happen at the same time as our line. So to do so, we can just head back here and just say, well, actually, like we have that in the timeline, cool, but we just want it to be offsetted a bit. So we can just add like a little string at the end that will tell the ZAP, well, actually like offset that in our timeline by 2 seconds like this. And so what this will do, it will just run the line at the same time as the previous line is running. And so, yeah, like without much, just to recap, we first pulse our logo. So like we crank its brightness, so like it feels like we're flashing a flashlight on it. Then we use our signal line to switch our background position that we made really bigger with like a splash of blue at the middle. And this will make it like evade from our logo. And thanks from this stager here, we can just say like first the middle one, then the second to middle one, then the third to middle one. And we do the same with our pulsing icon. We crank their opacity up and down to feel like the line is passing through them and giving us this cool effect here. And this is all done thanks to GSAP and the powerful stagger option that we used here. And well, without much, I think we're done with our slides here. We're done with the templating of it. It looks good on desktop. I think it looks great on mobile too. As we can see here, it's also working. We have a logo blinking, and then the line emitting and illuminating is integration logo. So what we can do, we can get that back here. We can go to Slice Machine, add a screenshot to our slice. Gonna go and grab the integration screenshot here. Gonna save it. Go to Review Changes, push that to Prismic, and finally to our page here, and or to our VS Code here, and say like add integrations slice. Commit that, and well, without much, we're now off to move to our second to last slice. That is quite a simple one, like to wind down a bit, because we've done a lot of slices so far. So next slice that we're focused on is this more simple, more subtle, like call to action slice. So a call to action slice, it's quite a basic on every website, so we gotta have to include one in this course. So once again, like let's just look at it here. We're gonna need some, well, we're gonna have our logo here, then we're gonna have our rich text heading and CTAs. So let's go to Slice Machine and template that together. I'm gonna go inside my page type here, go to page, add a new slice. I'm gonna call this one call to action. Here we go. Inside call to action, it will add a first field, which will be a rich text field, which we'll call heading, with our usual h2 tag here. And then we're gonna just add a CTA here. So CTAs, we will use link. Gonna call this one CTAs. We want multiple CTAs allowed, so we're gonna use that. Gonna make it repeatable. Click done. And well, without much, we're good to start template it. So we're gonna go to the simulator and start the templating of this slice right there. First, let's just add some more relevant text here. So once again, I'm copy pasting from Notion. I'm gonna go with this and I view GitHub. Save my mock content. Then I can go to my editor, close all the new tabs we have. And inside my slices, we have our Bento, call study, case to action, integration, rich text showcase. And in our case, we're interested in the new call to action slice here. So we'll go inside it. And well, we're pretty good here with what we have in the TypeScript part. There's no fancy animation on this one. So we just focus on the HTML. Gonna go at like bounded element here. I'm gonna quickly grab all our fields here. So I'm gonna go grab the heading snippet and pasting it here. And then also grab the CTAs here, which I'm copying and pasting right here. Like this. So if I save that and have a look at my simulator, we can see we're seeing like the heading and the link here. So what we need to do now is add some style to that. So first of all, on our heading, as usual, just gonna use Prismic text. Gonna add a wrapper around it. Gonna wrap it inside an h2. Then our usual classes. That's some margin at the top because we have an image at the top. That is incoming. Then max width XL. Then I'm gonna text balance and text 5XL. Don't want it to be bigger, this one, because it's just a CTA. It's not like a prime section saying our product. So then for the CTA, it's gonna just go wrap that in a div. Then you have a Prismic link. We're quite happy with that. Let me think. Well, we don't want, well, we keep the div here, just gonna move the view v4 here to just repeat the link itself. So we can go like this. And then we just need to add some classes to it. So we want them to be displayed as buttons. I'm gonna go as button link and some margin at the top. Let me think. Yeah, I think margin top, we can just move it here. Margin top 6. And then actually like this wrapper, we want it to be flex, gap 8, and flex wrap. And so without much here, I think we're seeing our header, which is not centered. So well, let's see about that quickly. Have our header here. And so, well, like let's actually center the text center. Now our header is centered. And if I add more links here, you can see like here, I can have like a sign up link for the sake of the demonstration. And well, you can see they're displayed nicely with like a nice space inside them. And so you're going to just go and link to a web page, like come, and now we have like 2 real links. Okay. One thing we need to do is now to display our image. So our image, like, well, not an image, just our SVG logo. So one last time inside the Glide here folder, inside our components, we have an icon folder here. So we're just gonna change that to a regular view component. Like this. And yeah, that's the Glide icon. So you can save it like this, change the extension to be a view component. And now I can go back to my slice here above my text and add my Glide icon. So we're not gonna go with that. We're just gonna change its width and 8. So gonna width 24, age 24. And now we should have our big logo showing here. Great. What we need now to do is to add this little rounded box around it with a gradient to it. So let's wrap our logo around the div. Like this. And so our div, what we're gonna do, gonna go class, gonna use a glass container class, which will already give it like this classy effect. And then we're gonna proceed to add our black background to it. Gonna go like this, gonna go rounded LG, VG gradient to bottom, from gray 800 to gray 900, P4, so 16 pixel padding, and then medium, I'm gonna go rounded XL. So if I were to save that now, you can see we have our glassy effect around it. One last thing we're missing is this little splash of color, as always on the website. So as always, like the trick for those is to actually render some kind of like rounded shape. It's gonna add another div here, save that, add some class. Gonna call it like a glow absolute minus Z10. Gonna go aspect square to have a square. Weight full, max width small, rounded full. I'm gonna go BG sky 500 with 50% opacity. And so as always, if we were to see that, you can see it's like just a round. And the trick really to that is like just to blur that round a lot. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go blur 160 pixel and filter. Yeah, well, actually like not blurring the logo, which it doesn't really like right now. Just gonna blur the image here. Like this. And now we have like the blurry shape behind it. Cool. One last thing we need to do is just to add some more padding to our bounded element because we want that slice to stand out a bit more. So I'm gonna go PY32 units. And yeah, we just need to change also the font on our heading to just font medium. Like this. And we're gonna also make the margin a bit bigger on desktop, so go PY40 here. And without much, if I were back to my slice simulator, it's not picking it up because okay, yeah, I know it's not picking it up because like our first element like has this important rule here. But we're able like to override that because it's not going to be a first element. So without it, like it's going to look like this, which is pretty much what we want, I believe. So yeah, without much, I think we're already done with this little CTA style. It's quite simple, like just a logo, a stylized logo with some text and build precision, and it looks quite what we have here. So without further ado, I think we can just celebrate. Say to GitHub, like add call to action slice here. Create a commit for that. Inside slice machine, Here we can just update our screenshot, select one, or you can also still do it from Figma if you prefer that way. Can I go grab the call to action one? Here, go to review changes and push everything to Prismic. So without further ado, we're like really nearing the end. We have one last size to do here, and we also need like to give some love to the case study page that is quite empty looking for now. If we go like to one of the case study here, you can see it's looking, well, just displaying our text like quite simply. So, well, let's actually finish our website and well, let's get to that. So for our case study slice, first of all, like the rich text here. So this is all coming from a rich text slice that was there by default with the minimal starter. So if you go under app slices, you have this rich text slice here. I hope you didn't delete it. So inside it here, we can get rid of the default like text content here, default CSS like this. We're gonna keep everything here. We're just gonna like use our bounded component like this. So it looks quite the same, like bounded now. And one thing we need to do is like right now, like our text is like looking quite dull and we want it to be pretty. So remember earlier on, I had you install the Tailwind typography plugin. And so we can make use of it here once again. So we're gonna change the wrapper of my texture to like just a div. I'm gonna add some classes. So there's already a class above, so let's reuse that one. We're gonna use like the prose class, which makes it look like text here, but like it's like a white mode. So I'm gonna go like prose invert. Okay, sorry, it's prose invert. Like this. Gonna just also use prose slate to have it like being like a bit more muted. And finally, we'll also say like this full text is full width. Here we go. So we now have like our text that is looking like much better. Next, we need to add some kind of intersection and bring back our fancy glide grid component here. So to do so, this time we're not gonna do that in a slice. Instead, we're just gonna do it right in the page itself because we have the data available for that. So if we go inside case study here, we see like we're fetching a case study. And so what we need to do is like go back here to our templating section. Like we're gonna add like a main tag here. This is really important on your next page to wrap your whole page content inside a single tag because multiple tags are not ready and are not supported or will cause issues with your website. It's a limitation of suspense with Vue. So we need to wrap everything inside the main tag. Size, I'm just gonna wrap that with a div. And then I'm gonna use our bounded component here to render the hero of our sizes, which is like this, like a Nike, case study, and everything. So I'm gonna go there and we're gonna first like display our glide grid. Now bring it back from, yeah, so here we go. We have our glide grid here. So it's like a bit too big. So like we're gonna work on that. First of all, inside our bounded component, gonna add a header like this. I have our glide grid inside it. Now change the width of it. So I'm gonna go here, gonna say relative grid width full, place items center, and text center. Then I'm gonna display the company name. This case study is for, so I'm gonna go in H1. And let me think for a second. Yeah, it's gonna go H1 like this. I'm gonna use Prismic text. Apply this with a field. It's gonna go is page.data.company to display the company name. And then we're gonna also display just some fancy text here using the rich text glide text component we created from before. Gonna go class, we're gonna use like block and like text LG to make the text a bit less big. Like this, I'm gonna say just case study. So this display our text in like the bluish like fashion here. What we now need to do is just like make the title itself like Nike bigger. To do so, I'm gonna just have a class. Gonna go text 5XL, font medium, text balance, and md text 7xl. If you were to scale this project, by the way, one of the great things you could do is like try to abstract the classes we used for the headings everywhere to something that is reusable so that we don't have to type them every time. In this course, like we just decided to go this way because it's simpler when we teach it, but yeah, like that would be a nice project for you if you want to go further after this course is done. Then we're gonna go like at a paragraph here. So inside the paragraph, we'll add like our Prismic. Well, do we need a paragraph? I don't think we need a paragraph. Yeah. Just gonna go with Prismic text. Gonna do like a wrapper P, like this. We're gonna prioritize our field. So I'm gonna go with page.data.description. And then I'm gonna add some classes to it. So I'm gonna class, gonna go like MB4 to have some padding on some margin on the bottom, some margin on the top, MT8. I'm gonna max width XL like this. Gonna make text LG and the text slate. Well, not slate, gonna go text gray 300. So I think if I save that now with your text here, cool. One last thing we want to do is to actually like display the Nike cover here. So let's display the cover. So let's bring me back my Figma. So I will use this time a Prismic image component. Gonna use this field. Gonna go like page data.cover. And yeah, as you can see here, like the field not appear because yeah, like cover like might not be there, like we might not have filled this field. So what we can do, we can just check if the field is filled. So we're gonna go Prismic is filled, which we've used before. This time we're checking if an image is filled. I'm gonna go page data cover like this. And so we check if our thing we are checking if our field is filled. That's a mouthful. And then just some classes. I'm gonna go with like rounded LG, opacity 0, max width 4XL, width full. Like this. And well, we're not seeing our image. That's of course we're not seeing because our opacities are like we don't need that. So now we're seeing our image as expected with the gradient inside it, and then we have our text here. A few things for text. Just gonna add some classes to it. I'm gonna go class, I'm gonna go MX auto, MT12, and on medium breakpoint, gonna go like MT16. And now we have like some more space between it and our text. So as in that case, yeah, like the text is looking good. One last thing we need to do is to actually like style it a bit fancier. So if we go here and see the Nike case study, we have a small like intro animation for the cover image. So let's do that. So as usual, we'll do that using GSAP. So here I can import GSAP. Gonna use the unmounted hook. We're gonna once again like grab our small helper like to decide if we want to animate or not depending on the user preferences. So I'm going to grab it from the hero slice we first did here. And then we just do like a really simple GSAP animation. So go like from to. And so we're gonna say like case study image, which we need to add this class to our Prismic image here. And so if there's one, gonna animate it from opacity 0, y 100 pixels, 100 pixels down. I'm gonna animate it to opacity 1, y 0, duration 1, delay, some delay just so like it doesn't pop right away. It will give it some time to load. And then the easing function, I'm gonna use power to.inout. And without much, I think if we go back to our size here, give it a refresh. Here we go, size text is popping, and then we have a case study here. If we go back to our home page, We have our content here, but it's not there yet regarding content. So before we wrap up, I think we need to go to Prismic for some, adding some content to that. So, let's do that. And just one thing I noticed really quickly, you can see like our meta tag is undefined. So to quickly fix that before we add some content, here we can just add undefined fallback here, which I believe it's a bug, so we'll see if we can like fix that with Nuxt SEO meta. But for now, we can just have it like this, and you can see this thing is the default title in case we don't have one. So let's now add some content. So for the content, let's just check Slice Machine first. So we don't have any change to review yet. Well, we pushed everything to Prismic. We have all of slices of screenshots. We can just add a last screenshot for the rich text slice here. It's gonna take like the rich text picture here, or we can grab it from Figma also. Just gonna push that to Prismic. And then when it's on Prismic, now we can just get back to our page. We can see like we're already done a case study and like key settings and everything. We just want to add some more content to the home page that will use all the slices we made. So what I'm gonna do now basically is just I'm gonna like copy and paste the content we had on Figma. So the ones we had here. So just like let's just bring back the case study slice where it's supposed to be. So I'm gonna add the Bento box. And maybe with this will get speed up. So feel free to do it on your own. But basically, it's quite simple. Like here, we have the arrow. After the arrow, we want to Bento box. So we click plus here. I now check out for my Bento box here. So I'll grab it here. And so Bento box, it's the new Glide standard that we want. We want Glide standard to be italic. So let's make it italic. Then we add some body underneath. And then we need like 3-4 sections. So I'm just gonna go like add the first one. Gonna select an image here. So I'm gonna upload it from that. And it's gonna this time be inside our Glide site assets under Prismic. And it's gonna be the icon selector. This one is not wide. When another one, this one will be wide. Our image will be the project update. And here gonna be benchmark with AI. Then we're gonna go the body here. Then gonna another item that is also wide. We're gonna select an image, will be the same, the project update. In the real site, we'll use another image, but not just for with a few here for the sake of education. And then one last one, which will use also the icon selector image. Gonna take the design principle, the body here, and we're gonna keep this one like this. So we're done with the Bento box. Then we need to add a showcase slice. So we already have it here. Cool. We can move on to the case studies. So cases are here, and you might see that like the case studies are not showing up here. That's because they need like to fetch the content relationships, which is not previewable here, so that's fine. Then moving on to our next slice, it's gonna be the integration galore. So we're gonna go to this one. So here, we're gonna go call it like integration galore. Then gonna add some text underneath. Then we need to add like some simple icons. We're gonna add 6 of them. So once again, gonna like, we can just go on Slice Machine and grab the ones we used for our little test here. So I'm gonna go into simulator and just grab the same one. So I'm gonna go with Cloudflare, then DigitalOcean, then Prismic, then Nuxt, then Fly.io, and finally Apache Cordova, like this. Then we need a small call to action, of course, like that's the way to end a cool page, like this, and a CTL like view GitHub, link to web, github.com, which will open in a new tab. And we're done with that. We can save it and publish it. And by the way, if you're not getting the previews here, I forgot to explain it earlier, and it's because like you can configure previews by, you probably have a little like CTA here, or you can like live preview settings here. So currently I have them configured to the existing website is already online, but we're gonna later on configure to our website that we're gonna host on NuxtHub. The reason I'm not using my local host is that previews are not working with local host really great, and that's not something we want anyway. Content writer to access, because content writer won't be able to run the website locally. So I'm just using like a production one here, but we'll use later on the real one that we're gonna host together. So without much, I saved it, I published it. If I go back to my home page here, we can now see we're done with our website. So you have the new gold standard, the Bento box, the Glide like with the animation here, the case studies, the integration gallery with a cool animation we have along the line here, and the CTA. And you remember at the beginning, I had you add like this noise background. You can see like we really see it like now that we have like some like blurry splash of light here. So that's really cool. So, well, we're done with adding content on Prismic. Now we're gonna put this bad boy in production, starting with hosting it on GitHub. And by hosting it on GitHub, I of course mean like publishing our repository to GitHub. To do so, you can head to github.com. You're probably already logged in. If you're not logged in, or create an account. And then we can hit create a new repository. I will call that repository Glide.ai quite simply. And well, Glide.ai, like just libre to just have my name on it. Then I will have it public. I will create the repository here. Then it gives me the instruction to like actually push my repository from local to GitHub. So it's quite simple actually. Let's get to our like console here. And so there's a few things we need to do. First of all, we already united our repository. We already made some commits. So next thing we need to do, we need to create a branch, like git branch -m master. Then we need to add our remote origin, which is a way of telling GitHub, well, like our Git repository located that, well, the remote location of the repository is on GitHub here. So I'm copying this line here, which is mine, like you will have yours. And then once I'm done with that, I can just hit git push origin master. So it's proceed to push everything to GitHub, like it's pushing right now. Right now, we're done. And now, if we refresh our page, well, our website is now on GitHub, and we can see like a few commits we made along the way, like init, add footer header, hero size, bento, call to action, and so on. And actually, if we get back to our code here, we can see like we forgot to push some changes. Those are the changes from the case to the page. So I'm gonna go make a last commit, like make add case study. Gonna click commit, and then we're just gonna go click push to GitHub on VS Code. And without much, if I go back to GitHub, refresh it here, you can see we have the add case study that was done. So from here, we have our website on GitHub, but now let's actually host it and make it available to the internet. And we're gonna do that using NuxtHub. So you can access NuxtHub by going to hub.nuxt.com. And NuxtHub is a hosting platform developed by Nuxt Labs, the company behind Nuxt. This means that it's tailored around hosting Nuxt projects and takes care of it, of hosting it like really in a powerful way. NuxtHub itself like is built on top of Cloudflare, so there's nothing like really like hosted by NuxtHub itself. It's like NuxtHub managing your Cloudflare resources to host your Nuxt website the best way possible. All that is free, and so we'll be able like to, well, at least for our users, it's free, so we'll be able to use it without like adding a credit card anywhere. Also, like, yeah, you can find NuxtHub and NuxtHub documentation here on the resource page. So let's get started and host our website on NuxtHub. First, we're gonna click login or get started to create an account. You can log in with GitHub, so that's what I will do. Once you log in, if it's your first time with NuxtHub, it's gonna prompt you to link your account to your Cloudflare account. So let's also process to going to Cloudflare. And on Cloudflare, once you're logged in, you should end up with a page like this or something a bit fancier, but no worries, you can just close all of that for now. And basically, NuxtHub will prompt you something that looks like this. So Cloudflare API token, and it will need your Cloudflare API token. So you need to create a token. You can click the create token button. There should be a link on that page. And this will lead you to a page that looks like this. So it will create a token to give access to NuxtHub to your Cloudflare resources and to manage them. So you have your token here. You just need to select the account resources, so select the account from your account or all account, and then you click to continue to summary, and then you click create token. This will give you a token that you can input here, and once you're done, you're ready to work with NuxtHub. So then we'll need to create a project here. So first of all, we need to add NuxtHub to our next project. So we'll go open a terminal here. We'll go with npx nuxi module add hub, and this will add the NuxtHub module to our next project. Secondly, we also need a dependency that NuxtHub relies on and to enable Cloudflare Worker, and it's called Wrangler. It's gonna also go npm install -- save dev Wrangler. So it's just adding this dependency. And once we have both of those dependencies added, we can just get back to VS Code and make a last commit called add NuxtHub. You can say it like this and push everything to GitHub. Once we're done with that, we can get back to the NuxtHub project here. So we'll have a project tab, or you'll be surely prompted to create a new project. So that's what we'll do here. I'll click import a Git repository. I'll select my account, which is lib in my case. And then it's scanning from a repository, and here we'll add my Glide.ai repository. I'll keep the Western region, the master branch, and then I'll click import repository. And well, this will take a bit of time, but basically what this will do, it will add on my repository an action here that should be there as soon as my page reloads. So what NuxtHub did, it added a GitHub action for NuxtHub to build our project and then to ship it to Cloudflare. So that's what it's doing right now. So we can see the log on GitHub here. So it's saying we're installing this dependency. And maybe I'll speed up this part, or maybe you'll tag along with me. So just have to wait a minute for that to be done. Well, the first time might be a bit longer, so we'll brace ourselves. So here we go, it's processing. Here we go. So our next step was built quite quickly, as it looks like. Here we go. So we just done building our next app. This took 18 seconds. That's pretty fast. Then it's deploying our project to NuxtHub. So it's uploading all our assets to NuxtHub. So if you go to domain here and go to glide.ai.live.nuxt.dev, you should now see your website being hosted and live. So, well, that's great. That's what we wanted here. So our website is now online and accessible for this link. Great. Well, there's a little bit more that we can do here. So let's grab our link here. And now let's add to Prismic. So one thing we can do here, first of all, we can replace our live preview settings here to use the ones from our very website. We can see we're seeing the same previews, but from our website this time. That's cool. Also, one thing we can do now, if I make changes here, if I go and say here with, well, not with precision, effortless stunt, let's say. If I save it and publish it, I go back to NuxtHub here, I can refresh my page. And you can see now it says effortless stunt built with precision. And that's on NuxtHub. Getting back to Prismic, one thing we can do is set up Prismic previews. So Prismic previews are really powerful because they allow you to preview content on your live website without setting up anything else than just this page. So what I did, I went a bit fast, I'm sorry about that. You can go to settings here, and then you can go under previews, and you'll add a new preview here. So we'll call with production. We'll add the link of our website. We'll go with /API/preview, which is the link of our preview. Gonna go click create preview. And now if I go back to my content here, I can say here, hey, YouTube. Can click save. but I'm not publishing it. So if I go to my website, like I won't see that just yet. Instead, I can go like to preview page here and preview my content on production. And as you can see here, now says a YouTuber, which is just in a preview. And from previews, you can click get a shareable link here, copy that link. And now I can go like on another browser. So this is another session of Chrome of mine. I can pass this link here and I should be able to see my content. So it says, hey, YouTube. Now this is my preview working on another browser. Then I can just quit the preview and get back to the actual production content here. Here to exit the preview, I can click the X here and we're back to our production website, beautifully hosted on NuxtHub. So congrats, that's the end of the course. We just reached that. So let's just recap together what we've done. But yeah, you're done. Cool. So we are done. In this course, you built a full-featured Nuxt site using Prismic for our website builder. From creating pages and adding slices to them, and seeing just how fast a production site can update. You now have the skills to create performant websites where content editors can easily build on-brand pages. If you need to refer to Prismic's APIs or guides, check out the Prismic documentation. You can also share what you created with the Prismic community on our forum for feedback and inspiration. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know in the comments what you want to see in the next tutorial, and don't forget to like and subscribe.